Now, this song is a song that Lisa and I have been performing together for quite some time. I don't remember when I recorded this, but since I recorded it, Lisa and I have been performing. So there you are. It's a rather pretty little tune, and it's called Angels. Just like Ricky Man. I'm sorry, I just turned into Rolf Harris. Hang on. I think that little blue pill Angus gave me just before I came on started to work. All the blood rushed to my nose. Most of you shouldn't have got that jump. The touch of your hand will let me know you take me in and let me go. Oh, if where we be, how is it done to enter one so easily? Lifted up by angels. Hey, David! Strong enough to live, known to love the secret. Can't go to never. Lifted up by angels. You understand, yet never say how every plan, oh, every plan fade away. If not for love, where ashes to dust, water to rust away. Lifted up by angels, higher than the world, strong enough to live. Oh, okay. But close enough to heaven. The darkness cannot reach us. Let the angels teach us. Only love remains. We're lifted up by angels, given wings to fly. Leave the night behind us. Trust the light behind us. Even as we fly, we're lifted up by angels. Oh, yeah. Hey, Susan. We're close enough to heaven. Above the rain, the darkness Candace, and made it to North Carolina. He's been streaming, but he can't get the actual picture working, so it's just a frozen screen, and he's been talking, but you can't see him. So he hasn't worked the stream out yet. He needs a better laptop, apparently. Anyway, that song's over. Let's get to the Hampstead Killers. If you haven't heard this, guys, you're going to be stunned. You truly are. Hang on, wrong way. Down here. There we go.
Okay. You should like have a little belly like that, big.
Alright. And your mum told you about that?
Yeah, and
okay.
So the white stuff,
Hi, before we start, I'd just like to tell you everyone who's here and tell you where we are. Is that alright? My name's Steve and I'm a policeman and I work here at this police station. The other lady sitting there, her name's Cleo and she's a police lady. She works at this police station. We've both got different jobs today. Cleo's job is what we call the controller. And the reason
I know what controller is.
Go on, tell me, what's the controller?
It's a police controller. It controls everything.
Well, for this, her job is to control everything that's going on there. So to make sure that she can see what we're doing, and also make sure all that machinery is working okay. So that's why we call her the controller, because she's controlling the equipment.
Yeah.
And my job is to speak to you, really, and ask you some questions, and also listen to what you've got to say. Okay? And near the end, Cleo and I might pop outside and just sort of see if there's anything I've missed or anything else I need to ask you. Would that be all right? Yeah? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. And when we're talking, there are some rules about what we talk about. The first rule is that I wasn't there, so I need you to explain as much detail everything that happened. Is that okay? And if there's something that I ask you and you don't understand, please tell me. Just say that I'm not sure what you're asking. And that might go the other way as well. If there's something that you say and I don't understand, I might ask the question again or try and ask it in a different way. Okay, is that all right? And if I ask you a question and you don't know the answer, just tell me. Just say, I don't know. And that's fine. I don't want you to guess. That's really important. Everything you say must be the truth. And that goes on to the next rule. And that rule is everything we talk about is the truth. And it can't be a lie. And because I've never met you before, it may be that someone watches this who's never met you. So I just want them to make sure that they know that you know the difference between a truth and a lie, and that I know you know the difference. So I'll do a little example, then you tell me if I'm telling the truth or a lie. Could you do that? See this piece of paper here? You saw Cleo pass it to me, so this paper belongs to her. She's given it to me to look after. And say I draw this picture. Draw this, draw a smiley face, draw some hair. Cleo comes to me and says, who's drawn on that paper? And I say to her, I don't know, it wasn't me. Will I be telling the truth or a lie?
Lie.
That's correct, it's a lie. So what would the truth have been?
If you didn't draw. No, if you say I did draw.
That's correct, yes. And why do sometimes people lie?
You don't want to get in trouble.
That's sometimes the reason why you don't want to get in trouble. And that's quite a good reason to give. And that goes on to the next thing I need to tell you, really, is that whatever you tell us in here, you're not in trouble, okay? So as long as you tell us the truth, then there won't be any problems, okay? And if you use any rude or swear words, that's okay as well, because we need you to tell us everything that you can remember. And if that means you need to say those words, it's okay, all right? This paper, although it does belong to Cleo, it's for you to use. And that's because if something's easier to draw, then you can do that. You don't have to ask, you just go ahead and draw or write. Something's easier to write, okay? We're also here to, I haven't asked you your name, have I, and what your date of birth is. Can you tell us?
Gabriel.
Gabriel. What's your second name, Gabriel?
Beautiful name, Gabriel.
My surname.
Yes, your surname. Gariva Demons. It's a hyphenated name, is it? Do you have any middle names, Gabriel?
Yes,
Yuan.
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
Yeah, 8. What school do you go to?
Christchurch School Primary School. No, Christchurch Primary School.
Christchurch Primary School.
Yeah, it's in Hampstead.
Oh, okay. So, and tell me about Christchurch. Is that, what year are you in there?
Year 4, but I'm changing into year 5. No, I was in year 3, but I'm changing into year 5. I'm supposed to be in year 5 right now.
What about year 4? How come you're missing that one?
Because I got a problem in the school.
Have you?
My dad is friends with the whole school.
Is he? Oh, okay, so how's he friends with the whole school?
They met.
Where did they meet?
When I was with my dad, they met. Then Miss Wilma, when I was in year 1, I had a teacher called Miss Wilma, and then they met somehow when I wasn't there, but then they got friends, and then Miss Wilma introduced Mr. Hollins, the year 4 teacher, which is teaching my sister. And then when Mrs. Wilma introduced Papa,
yeah.
When Miss Wilma introduced tells Papa about Miss Hollins, and Miss Wilma told Miss Hollins about Papa. Then I met Miss Hollins and Papa, and then they became best friends.
Okay, so.
And then he introduced Miss Regis and Miss Cecil, the assistant teachers.
Wow.
And they're up and up. Like all the teachers are best friends.
Oh, okay, so your Papa
Yes.
was friends with your year 1 teacher.
Yeah.
And because of that,
Yeah.
he met the other teachers in the school.
No, he had a friend called Mr. Hollins.
He had a friend called Mr. Hollins, who's the year 4 teacher.
He's going to be my year 4 teacher.
He's going to be your year 4 teacher. And how did he meet Mr. Hollins?
Oh, Papa.
Yeah, Papa.
Because Miss Wilma.
Your year 1 teacher.
Yeah, so one day Miss Wilma and Papa met each other. Miss Wilma introduced Papa.
Yeah.
To Miss Papa introduced Miss Hollins to Papa, so Papa understood who Miss Hollins was. Then Miss Wilma introduced Papa to Mr. Hollins.
Okay.
And Mr. Hollins knew who Papa was, and then they met once, and then they became best friends.
Oh, I see. And how do you know they're best friends?
They talk to each other. They tell me that my dad tells me they're BFFs, which means best friends forever.
Okay, so your dad told you him and the year 4 teacher are BFFs.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did he tell you that?
When he was doing the sex to me, he does sex to me.
What does that mean, sex? What do you mean?
He touches me in the private. He touches me in the private. He sticks a plastic willy in my bottom, and it bleeds then.
Okay. So,
yes.
So your dad does sex to you, and what that means is he touches your privates.
Yes.
And put a plastic willy
in my bottom.
In your bottom.
Yeah, big fat one.
Okay. So how do you know it's a plastic?
Hey, Holly, good to see you, sis.
I
Hey, you well?
What do you mean you felt it?
felt the willy. He let me felt the willy.
Okay, so tell me what that looks like, this willy.
It looks like a real willy but it's plastic.
Okay. And what else can you tell me about it?
Also, there's an order of the willies. Of the
What?
plastic. There's an order of them. High up and low down.
What does that mean?
So brown is the lowest, it's the third, but then second is the golden colour of
Right.
skin, and then it's white. White is the highest.
Okay. So how many plastic willies are there?
Millions. He buys them and he also makes them. He makes them in his shed. He melts the plastic and then starts making it.
And how do you know that?
I've seen him making it before. And he has a friend called Daniel and they make it.
Right. So who's Dan? Who's Dan?
Daniel is he got brown hair.
Yeah.
He's got white skin and he's really mean to me. He pushes me every time. He calls me an idiot.
Okay.
He kisses me. He kicks me in the privates.
Okay. We've spoke about a lot there, so try and take it all bit by bit. So the first thing you said was about this plastic willy. You said about 3 colours and the three sets, did you say?
Yes. Golden is the it's like this like this gold, silver and bronze. It's just like that.
Right.
So bronze is black colour, skin black.
Right, okay.
And then
Tell
gold.
me about that one first of all. So the skin colour black willy.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Everything you know about
It's
this.
third.
Yeah.
So it's like bronze.
Right, okay. So it's skin colour black, you said. And you said it looks like a real willy.
Yeah.
And what else can you tell me about it?
It's really big and fat and it hurts really much.
What do you mean? Big and fat? What does big and fat mean?
It's really fat and it's
Can you show me that shape again?
fat.
Okay, so it's that fat.
Yeah.
And then how long is it?
No, they have different size.
What do?
My dad got the biggest size. Because my dad is the boss of every single thing.
Right, okay. If we just talk about this black skin coloured willy. So you showed me a shape, how big it was, and then you said, so how long is it? So you showed me that
Really
shape.
long, like that long.
So it's that long.
Yeah.
You show me how wide it is, and then what does he do with it?
And he sticks it in my bottom and then after when he takes it out, it bleeds.
So how does he stick it in your bottom?
He pushes inside my bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when he takes it out, it bleeds my bottom.
Okay. So when was the last time this happened?
No, I'll tell you why he started doing it when I was a baby.
Okay. But when was the last time it happened?
The last time it ever happened when I started the last day of school.
The last day of school.
Yeah.
So tell me about the last day of school.
Yeah, we had a big party because it's the last day of school.
Okay, so it's last day of school, we've had a big party.
Yeah, at school. And my dad goes to the school and my dad doesn't let me learn anything. He doesn't let me have education.
Okay, so you're at school, there's a big party. So who's at the party?
Mr. Hollings, he's the UFO catcher.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, in the old teacher, and there's a lady, when I was in year 2, my old teacher, when I was in year 2, she moved school, and her name is Miss Sargent, and she got blonde hair, and she got white skin, and she's from Brighton.
Right.
I mean, she's from south or north of London. How's it called? It's that language. They say glass. Like glass. Instead of glass,
they say glass wrong.
Glass.
It's glass. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's like,
So she's got an accent like that where she says glass.
yeah.
Okay. And
Well, she says glass, but she says in my language or my accent or North. I can't remember. It might be North London. I haven't seen her for a long time. It might be North London or South London. And right now she's in Brighton.
okay, she's from somewhere. she says things
No,
differently.
so it might be south or north.
Okay.
London.
Okay.
Yeah, England.
Okay. So she was there. Mr. Hollings was there. You said your dad was there.
Yes. The head teacher does it. Sticks a really in my bottom. The head teacher's name is Mrs. Forsyth.
Forster.
Mrs. Forsyth. Mrs.
Forster. F-O-S.
No, Mrs. Forsyth.
Forstyke. Okay, this is Forstyke.
And her first name is Kate.
Kate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And she got a sister.
G'day, Zero. How are you, mate? I was watching your show all morning.
And her name is Mrs. Unwin.
Okay.
And they're sisters, and it's really strange what her first name is also Kate too.
Two sisters called Kate.
Yeah, really strange.
That is confusing. I bet for their mum it was confusing.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard they were saying Mrs. Forsyth told me it's her sister.
Are they real sisters? Or
Yeah.
do they have the same second name?
Yeah, they have the same second name. Well, they don't look the same though. But Miss Angwin, she all the time puts some makeup on her.
Does she? Okay, so you're having this party at school. Were there any children there at the party?
Yes.
So children at the
Yeah,
party?
all the children do sex to me.
All the children?
And do you know how much children there is in my
God.
school? 200 children.
All 200 children do sex. Yeah.
Yes. And also other schools are involved.
And other schools as well.
Yeah.
And how long have you been going to that school?
Since when I was 5 years old.
And how old are you now?
I'm 8 years old.
So for 3 years you've been going to the school.
Yeah, for 3 years, yeah.
Okay. So you're having the party, and then what's happened at the end of the party?
My dad kills babies and he eats the meat.
Okay, well, let's just talk about the party then, okay? So the party, what was the party like?
I don't like the party.
Why not?
They touch me,
Who?
kick me, my front privates, they hurt me. When they stick a big plaster in my bottom, and when it bleeds, if I cry, do you know those spaghetti spoons? Those metal ones. If I cry, he hits me on the head with it.
Okay.
But if I cry more, he hits me again. But if I cry more, the nurse teacher, Miss Marlin, she injects me and a sleeping injection on my neck. And then I fell asleep straight away.
Okay. What I'd like to cover, I just want to talk about just the party day. So I don't want to hear about anything else other than that day, okay? So all the stuff that's happened on different days, we will talk about, I promise, but not until after we've spoken about the party day. Exactly, perfect. So you're at the party, you said you didn't really like the party.
No, I hate it.
Why did you hate the party?
They hit me, they do all kind of stuff, and I'm a
Who's that?
vegan.
Who's that?
What? Who's that?
Who said they hit you? Who's they? Who hit you?
My dad, all the teachers, my dad's friends,
And where did they
and
hit
also
you?
the parents do it too. And they're really mean to me, really mean. The parents.
Why are all these people so mean to you?
They like being mean to me. And
Why? What have you done for them to? I don't understand.
nothing.
Why would they be so mean to you?
I did nothing.
Okay. So,
And my dad made up a really strange religion.
okay. Well, we'll talk about that. Remember what we're going to talk about at the moment. What we're going to talk about. Remember what we're talking about? What?
When we're talking about what happened at the party.
At the party, yeah. So you said they hit you. Tell me exactly what people hit you.
My dad got social services, and my dad got friends.
Yeah.
And they come over too.
We're not talking about the party. Tell me about the party. Who hit you at the party?
The parents do. Should I tell you the name of the parents?
Were the parents of the party?
Yeah. Should I tell the children names?
Why was your mum not at the party for the parents were at the party?
She doesn't do the sex to us.
Was she at the party?
Yeah, she no.
Why wasn't she at the party? Why didn't she get invited?
Because she doesn't touch us. She doesn't do sex to us.
Why wasn't she at the party?
Because she doesn't do sex to us.
I know she doesn't do sex, but...
And also because she's a vegan.
Right. But that's not a reason not to go to a party, is it?
No, there is a reason because there's only because she's a vegan. The party is non-vegan.
So it's a non-vegan party?
Yeah.
So why was you allowed to go
No, I'm allowed to go because they had me and they can do whatever they want with me.
But it's a non-vegan party, I don't understand.
But I'm a vegan.
Yeah, and you said...
And my dad is a vegan, but he lied to my mum about
I know.
being vegan.
Holly,
I don't...
I was going to say that at the end, the father's got custody of these kids, and this little boy's 4 years older, and you can tell he's gone gay. The poor little bugger, he's gone gay. You can see it.
Understand, right? Your mum wasn't allowed to the party because she's a vegan.
Yeah, and
But you and your dad were allowed to the party, but you're vegan as well.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why. How comes?
Because if we were with mum, we'd have not went to a party. Well, if we were with my mum,
So your mum hasn't gone to the party.
no.
So what?
But we were alone with my dad, so we could went to the party. We did.
Okay, so that party.
Yeah.
And what
G'day,
time did the
John.
party finish?
How are you?
No, the party's for 6 hours. So
From what time did it start then?
it starts from the morning. I'm not sure which kind of time in the morning. From the morning, it's like school time.
Okay.
Instead of lessons, instead of literacy, numeracy, science, we had
A party.
sex party and we ate babies. And my dad, he lied to my mum about being vegan.
Okay, so there's this party.
Yeah.
So where is the party held in the school?
In the school, in the church, and school.
It's in the church and the school.
Yeah.
So whereabouts in the church and whereabouts in the school?
In the school, in the church, there's a seats, and here's a little road, and there's a big,
Okay.
it's 1, 2, 3 stairs, it's really big, and then we dance there.
So you're dancing. Why was you dancing? What music were you listening to?
We don't put music on while we just dance.
Just dance.
Yeah,
Okay.
we put all
Okay,
kind of music songs.
Okay, so you're dancing. And who else was dancing? Many of the children.
Everybody does.
Okay.
Everybody does the sex, and
Right. And what is the sex?
they touch me in the privates. They tell me to lick the privates.
Who says that?
My dad's, the teachers, everybody's.
Okay. So that's happened.
And we didn't want to do that, but my dad made us do it, and he forced us.
Okay.
But my mum doesn't do it.
No? Okay.
But my family doesn't do it. Only my father does it.
Okay. So this has happened at the school. And then you said there's a bit where your dad put the brown coloured willy, plastic willy.
No,
in your-
but my dad doesn't have a brown one.
No? What one?
He's the boss of the whole religion, the whole culture. He's the boss.
And what's this religion called?
It's not called nothing.
It's not called nothing.
No, we eat babies, we kill them, and my dad's and this is what my dad tells us to do. Look, my dad killed babies, and we help him kill babies because our dad forces us to.
Okay.
But we never kill babies, never on our own, never.
Okay. So after 6 hours, the party's finished.
Yeah.
And where did you go? What?
After-
After the party, where did you go then?
back to your house, to my
Whose
mum's.
house? Your mum's house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's home time.
And did you tell her about the black
No.
willy going in your bum?
I'm scared. If they find out, they'll hurt me. Really
So
bad.
why have you been able to tell now?
Because Abraham, I was doing really strange behaviour.
Oh, what's that?
I was hitting my sister. I was hitting her really violent. I pulled her hair and I smashed her onto the ground from my van. And my sister took a big frame and she threw it into my head and I was bleeding everywhere.
So you two were fighting?
Yeah, really much.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then my mum got really stressed.
Right. So when did you tell them about what's happening?
When Abraham started living with us.
When did he start living with you?
From 4 years. No, not 4 years, 4 months ago.
Okay. So that's, and you said it happened on the last day of school.
Yeah.
So that was after May.
Yeah.
So why didn't you tell someone then that this happened at school?
No. I didn't tell first.
Why not?
Abraham found out.
How did he find out?
Because me and my sister were touching each other. My dad tells us to touch each other in the privates.
So you and so did you tell him or did he guess? Abraham.
Who?
Did you tell Abraham or did Abraham guess?
Caught us.
No, but he's caught you and your sister doing things you shouldn't be.
Yeah. Then he asked me, who taught you to do this? Who done this? And then then we told him it was a dad. And then.
Okay.
And then, but we were still really scared. We was really scared of him.
Okay.
This is how we killed him.
Right.
And this is how.
Do you mind if you have a break? Do you mind if we have a break quickly? Do you mind if you have a quick break? Do you mind if a quick chat? We won't be long. Just leave that running. Just give me a couple of minutes. Is that all right? know we spoke before, and I don't know if you remember, we went through a lot of rules.
Yeah, I remember.
Do you? What it is, I'm just going to go through them just one more time, if that's all right. And that's because,
To remind me.
yeah, to remind you, and also just to let people know that you remembered them as well. I'm sure you probably have remembered them.
To remember.
And I just want to tell you everyone who's involved in the interview, okay? And the main people involved. So, first of all, there's me. Can you remember my name?
Yes, Steve.
Steve, that's right. I'm a policeman, and I work here. I work at the one in Barnet, the police station in Barnet. Then the next person involved is a chap called Carl, and his job is what we call the controller. Okay, and he controls the interview. Okay, and he likes the job because it means he's in charge. Okay, so what he'll do, he'll listen out to us, and do you know how he listens out? Can you remember? The microphones, yeah. And the nearest one for you is that one there. You are quite far away. It might be easier for you, just in case you get a bit quiet, just to sit there.
Yeah.
Just so then you don't have to shout.
Yeah.
And what will happen, if Carl can't hear you, you might just hear a bang on the door, like a tap. And if you hear like a noise like this, a tap on the door, it means speak up. Is that all right?
Yeah.
And he can also see what we're doing. He sees from the cameras, okay? So, and one of the cameras can move about, and that can move about so that where you move from there to there, it can just move the camera so it can see you. And you can also zoom in, so say you wanted to draw something, you can just draw it.
I know you zoom in there.
Exactly, that's exactly right, zoom in. So that's why.
Yeah, if I had the camera, I was looking at this. There's normal. If I wanted to zoom in, I just like click here and it zooms.
Yeah.
That makes it more clearer.
There's also one other person who you met who may be taking some notes, and she works for different people. Do you know who she works for?
Yeah, Kia.
No, not Cleo. She works with me. She's here at the building today. There wasn't the person. Who's the person in the other room? Can you remember?
No.
Beth.
Better,
Yeah, she works for social services, and she's involved in the video interview as well. And she'll be making some notes, and she might have some questions for you. And near the end, I'll pop out and ask her if she's got any questions for you.
Is she the Camden Social Services?
She does work for Camden Social Services, yeah. Okay, is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we'll do, we'll go through the rules, and then I'll just make sure that you remember them, okay? The first one is that I wasn't there, okay? So I need you to explain in as much detail everything you can remember. Is that all right?
Yeah.
And if I ask you something you don't understand, just tell me, okay?
Yeah.
And that goes the other way. If I say something you don't understand, just tell me. And if you say something I don't understand, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
That deal?
Yeah.
Good. And if I ask you a question you don't know the answer, what would you say?
I don't know.
Perfect. That's a perfect answer to give. And that's okay, because I'd rather you tell me you don't know than guess.
Yeah.
Do you know why that is?
No.
Why is that?
If you guess, you might get it wrong.
Perfect. And also, everything
Smart
you
kid.
talk about it must be the truth.
Yes.
Okay, so if I ask you something, I need a truthful answer.
Yeah.
And that goes the other way as well. And I remember we did a little example, didn't we?
Yeah.
I don't want to do that again, but I just want to.
Yeah, I know the example of flying.
Do you? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I just want to to remind me.
Yeah.
Why do sometimes people lie?
They don't want to get in trouble.
That is right. And so, tell me, what's the difference between the truth and a lie then?
Lying is bad, but truth is good.
That's one way of looking at it. So, If I asked who ate all these,
Loading problems, hang on.
Yeah.
what would be the truth?
Me.
And, okay, so what would be a lie then? If I asked who ate all these?
You.
Tell me. Yeah, exactly right. Thank you. Okay. What next I want to tell you is that whilst we're in this room, you can use any words you wish.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So what I mean by that is that
Yes.
if say you're telling me about something someone did or someone said, and they use swear words,
Yes.
you can use those words here because I want you to tell me what they said. All right? Okay.
My dad calls me swear words.
Does he? Okay. Well, I'd like you to tell me what those swear words are.
Yeah.
All right. Is that all okay?
Yeah.
And I said this paper here is for you to draw.
I know what it would be better to say F word like that instead of the real F word.
No, I'd like you to say the real word. Like, so the F word would be what? Fucking, yeah. So just say that, okay, rather than try and make it polite.
Yeah.
Okay? And I just want to sort of say, today's date, it is the 11th of September, and it's 20 minutes to 3 in the afternoon.
Well, 11. Oh, no.
What's the date today?
It is a Thursday. It's a Thursday, the 11th of September.
Thursday.
Yeah? Did you forget what day it is?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah?
I can't remember yesterday was Wednesday.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
So I heard your mum said you're starting a new school. Is that right?
Yeah, we're starting a new school.
Are you? What one are you going to go to?
I don't know. We're choosing one.
Oh, are you? Have you seen any you like?
Yeah.
Yeah, what one?
Do you know Devon?
Devon?
Yeah.
As in down in Devon near the seaside?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's a long way away from here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, we went.
Did you?
Yeah, and also like Glastonbury.
Glastonbury?
Glastonbury.
Yeah, Glastonbury. All right, okay, so all the way down there you like?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like Glastonbury much more better than Devon.
Why is that?
It's much more fun there.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and who would you move down there with? Do you know who'd go with you?
No.
No? So who do you live with at home at the moment?
Abraham? No,
Abraham?
Yeah, but we call him Papa Hemp. He's our dad now.
Papa Ham?
Hemp.
Papa Hemp?
Yeah, do you know what hemp is?
Hemp?
Yeah.
It's like a root plant, isn't it?
Yeah. A green plant.
Okay, so why do you call him Papa Hemp?
Hey, Elizabeth, good to see you, sis.
You said
Haven't seen you for a week, nearly a week.
hemp juices.
Hemp juices?
Yeah.
Okay. But what do they taste like, these juices?
Yeah, it's really nice and it's really healthy for you.
Okay, so there's Abraham, also known as Papa Hemp.
Yeah.
Who else?
My mum.
Mama?
My nanny.
Your
Yeah,
nan?
nanny came yesterday.
Oh, was that Galia?
Yeah, Gaia.
Okay, it's Galia.
Yeah, you seen her yesterday.
I didn't. I heard her, but I didn't see her.
Who's here yesterday?
I saw you.
Oh, yeah,
at the
you
house.
was here yesterday, yeah.
I saw you at the house very briefly, didn't I?
Yeah.
So Galia.
Yeah.
And that's short for something, isn't it, Galia?
Gaia.
It's short for what?
No, it's Gaia. That's her normal
Is it not short for Galena?
name. No, I don't know how to do her short name.
Galia's. Like,
Gaia is the real name, but Galina is just another name too. Well, you can call her Galina as her English name, but Gaia is her Russian name.
okay. So Galena or Galia?
Yeah, and she's Ukrainian.
She's Ukrainian.
Yeah, she's Polish, Ukrainian, and Russian.
Wow, 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
She speaks all of those.
Does she?
Yeah.
And then
And French too.
and French. Wow. Wow. clever lady.
Yeah.
And then, is there anyone else?
My sister,
And
my
your
brother.
sister and your brother.
Yes,
Does your brother live with you?
No, he comes only on sometimes Saturdays, but he never came to our house. No, he didn't come to our house when we came back from holidays.
But your sister lives with you.
Yeah.
So there's you, Mama, Papa Hemp, Galena, and your sister,
And me.
and Emmy.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we start with Mama, tell me about Mama.
Yeah. She's the one who does the juicing. She's like homeworking.
Homeworking.
Yeah.
What does she do as a job there?
She does the sofas, making it nice, pillows nice. She Galia, she's the one who does the how's it called, the hoovering.
Oh, right.
Yeah, she does the hoovering. She does the washing up.
Yeah.
She does the washing she does the washing plates.
Yeah.
And she does juices too.
Everyone does juices, do they?
Yeah.
So Mama does juices,
Galia.
makes the pillows nice.
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me what else about your mum. Tell me.
She does the beds.
And the beds.
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you like about your mum?
She's really kind. She buys whatever I like.
Oh wow, that's lucky. And what sort of things do you like?
And she also gives me lots of money.
Does she? What's that for?
Just gives me money for no reason.
Oh, okay.
She gives me Abraham. He gives me £200.
What for?
An iPad Mini.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, it gives you money for an iPad Mini. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, what have you done to get that?
Nothing. I just really did nothing.
Okay.
Just earned it for behaving well.
Oh, okay. So your mum does nice things. She buys you what she wants.
She buys me lots of treats. She buys me popcorn. She buys me sandwiches.
Wow.
And so as Abraham B buys me sandwiches, popcorn, and she does my bed. And
Wow. So lots of nice things.
yeah.
And is there anything that you don't like?
No, she never hurts me. Never hurts me.
Never? That's good.
No.
Good.
Just says, please don't do that.
Oh, that's nice. And what about Papa Hen?
Sounds like a good mum.
What do you like about Papa? Tell me the nice things about Papa Hen.
He does nice juices for me. He buys lots of nice stuff. He buys me clothes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And is there anything you don't like about Papa Hen?
No, never hurts me.
No, but what about other things? Is there anything at all you don't like? No? And what about...
The only thing I don't like about my sister,
Go on.
she manipulates my mum for buying stuff.
How does she manipulate your mum?
She says, she begs. And then we have lots of, she said, can we buy 3 ginormous packets of popcorn? Because do you know that when we were in the Barnet police station, I had a little packet of popcorn, but in a car, they have a ginormous one for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, so, and what about Galena? Is there anything you don't like about her?
No, she never hurts me. She only says she's really kind to me, really nice.
Yeah. Okay.
She does everything for me. She does the ironing for me. She does the washing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's really nice. She does juices, ironing.
Yeah.
Okay. And your sister?
Yeah.
What's she like?
My sister, she shares with me her sweets. She shares with me her treats. She lets me play with her stuff. She lets me use her stuff.
And so you said you don't like how she manipulates your mum to get bigger popcorn.
Yeah.
But anything else you don't like?
No.
No? Okay, good. And have you always lived with Papa Hemp?
No, only for 3 months.
Only for 3 months.
I heard what you met him before.
Sorry?
You met him before, didn't you? Didn't you met him before?
I met-
Freddie. Freddie? He's a little boy.
Freddie,
Yeah, he's a boy.
Abraham's son?
Yeah.
No, I haven't met Freddie.
No, do you know that problem he had and you met him?
I had met him before,
Yeah.
Abraham, yes. How did you know that?
I heard him saying to my mum.
What did he say to his mum?
To my mum, what? what he met you before, he knew you before, because you had a problem. He had a problem with the mother.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a problem.
And you're the one who solved the problem.
Is that what he said? Oh, good. Okay. All right. Well, so before Papa Hemp lived with you, did anyone else live with you?
No.
No? What about your real Papa? When did he live with you?
He doesn't live with me anymore. My mum broke up when I was 3 years old.
When you was 3 years old?
I think it was more later that broke up. My dad was fighting with my mum. But my mum didn't fight back.
Can you remember that?
Yeah, I remember it.
It wasn't too small?
No.
No?
My sister, the door slammed and my sister hurt her head, and then my dad was fighting with my mum, and then they broke up.
Okay, so your dad was fighting with your mum and they broke up?
Because my dad wanted to take me and my sister to a party, to a sexual party, with all the friends who do sex to me.
Okay, what do you mean by that? What do you mean?
My mom didn't let my dad to take us to a party.
I know, yeah.
Really late, like it was like, I don't remember when it was.
Yeah, the dad's got the kids back, Elizabeth.
And he wanted to take me because my mom found out he was behaving really strange. My dad. Yeah, my mom thought not to let us, and then she didn't let us, and then my dad, when my mum was fighting, and they had a big fight.
So your mum and Papa split up, you said, because they were fighting.
Yeah.
And then
we lived for ourselves, like for. When did I have a fight? I think when I was 3 years old.
Okay.
My sister was 4.
And where did you go to live?
In Hollycroft Avenue.
In Hollycroft Avenue.
Do you know it?
I don't know it. No. What's it like there?
Do you know Platts Lane?
Is it in Camden? Is it?
Platts Lane, no.
Where is it?
Hampstead.
In
Do you know
Hampstead.
Golders Green?
Yes.
Do you know Golders Hill Park?
Yes.
Do you know from there? Do you know that part where you go to Hampstead?
Right.
Yeah. Do you know the other side?
Right.
Yeah. There's like Pat's Lane, and then you have a road, and then you have an up road, and then go like on a road, and down there it's Hollycroft Avenue, and down there's Hollycroft Avenue too.
So when you moved to there, what were the rules about you seeing?
No, we lived there in Hollycroft Avenue for my whole life.
Whole life.
Yeah.
And then, so where did your dad go when her and
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah.
He rented a little like office.
Yeah.
Near on the road where you go down. So you go down that road.
Okay. Why did he rent an office?
He wanted to live because he wants us.
He wants you.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Wants
He
you?
really wants us, and he wants to live with us.
I'll just say.
Yeah, so he rented a place there to come over to our house.
Okay.
And come and take us without my mum's permission.
How do you know that?
Because he took us before from the house, and my mum was really frightened where I was and my mum. Yeah, but where I was and my sister, and then she found out he rented an office.
Okay. Who told you that?
My mum.
Your mum told you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told her what he took us to his office.
Did they get a time where you was allowed to see your papa?
No. And then we started to have contacts.
When did you start contact?
When I was 4 years old.
4 years old.
Yeah.
What was the contact?
We had like every Saturday we see every single Saturday.
Oh, did you? And where did you go to have this contact with him?
He had us for the whole day.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
What did you used to do?
For 4 hours.
What did you used to do on that Saturday?
We took us to Topsy-Turvy Land.
Where, sorry?
Topsy-Turvy Land, and did
Topsy-Turvy Land?
Yeah, and did sex to us.
Okay, so Topsy-Turvy Land, what's that?
Yeah, and he took us, do you know Topsy-Turvy Land?
I don't know it.
Where there's lots of balls, little like balls.
Oh, right.
Yeah, do you know in the breakfast Topsy-Turvy Land?
Oh, right. Is it like a soft play place, is it?
Yeah, it's for children.
Oh, okay. And what's that? That must be nice. Was it
Yeah,
nice?
and he buy us stuff we should have had.
Yeah, like what?
Like he buy us chicken. He also bought us unhealthy stuff.
Like what?
Like slush. You know slush?
Yeah, I do. It's like ice and flavour.
It's not unhealthy, my mum said.
It's unhealthy, is it? What did it taste like?
It tastes like really sweet.
Did it?
Yeah.
So you had slush and you had chicken.
Yeah.
It was a topsy-turvy land.
Yeah.
And did you go
fish
there?
and chips.
Fish and chips?
Yeah, fish fingers.
Were they nice?
No, I didn't like the chips. No, I like the chips, but I didn't like the. But my mum said the chips are bad. But my mum said the one my grandma does the chips, they're good. The olive oil. Do you know they make from chips? They put really bad oil in.
Okay.
Yeah, my mum.
But and your nan.
Yeah, but my grandma does good.
Guys, I might jump ahead a bit because they're just setting up his home life. So I might jump ahead a bit.
Then swimming.
Yeah, I would dive. Yeah, definitely.
Not like diving for jumping. It's like this.
Diving across.
And like I'm swimming, then I go like this, and then I go like that, and then faster, and then I was fast, and then my sister copied me.
You see. This disabled toilet look like?
There's a toilet, there's like a hand wash,
Yeah.
and there's like a hand dryer, and like there is also like an alarm. And that's it. Like it's like a normal disabled toilet.
Okay. So you're all in there, and then what's happened when you're in there?
They do sex to us.
And how does it start? What happened the first time?
They touch us. They just stick Vaseline in my bottom.
Okay.
They kick our privates.
Okay. So you're all in the room. So you've got in the room. So the first time it happened, what did you think was going on?
First time ever had. No. Well, they'll do sex to me since I was 1 year old.
Okay.
Since I was a baby, they start doing sex to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you know that?
My sister told me.
Oh, okay.
She remembers. She got really good memory. Really
Has
good.
she? Okay. Yeah. Well, I'll ask her about that.
She got really good.
When do you remember from?
I remember 1 year old too.
You can remember when you. Wow.
Yeah, and I also see a picture.
A picture? What picture?
Like my dad's. My dad has like pictures of me naked and doing sex to me when I was 1 year old.
Okay.
On his computer, he has like a photograph from them. He keeps them, photographs.
Okay. So you're all in this toilet, and then how's it started? Who's done the sex to you?
My dad, the teachers, the parents.
All of them?
Yeah.
And what have they done?
They strip willies in my bottom. They lick our privates. They tell
Okay,
us
so how's it started? Well, I don't understand. So you got in there.
Yeah.
What happened first?
They touch us and they do sex.
Who's they? Who did it?
My dad and all the parents.
They touched you. What does that mean, touched you?
They touch our privates.
What do they do by touching you? What do they do?
They squeeze it. Do you know the white stuff? When you eat, like you rub it and the white stuff comes out.
Right.
No, they do that to us too.
What do you mean? They do it. What does that mean?
Like to boys, do you know they have white stuff?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, whenever you put the white stuff in girls' privates,
Yeah.
they create a baby.
So whose white stuff was it?
Mine, the boys. Boys only have the white stuff.
Yeah.
Girls don't
So
have it.
you had white stuff, did you, when you were 4 years old?
So how does a kid know this?
Have you?
Yeah, you have to rub it until it goes out.
Okay, and how do you know that?
My dad done it to me. It won't come out itself.
Right.
You have to rub it.
So you can't do it yourself?
I can do it myself. I can rub it and it come out.
Come on, mate. Give me a
Okay.
kiss.
And it's really dangerous. My mum told me never put it in girls' privates because if I take the white stuff and put it in water, and if I put it in my sister's privates, she'll create a baby.
Okay.
Yeah, but the baby will be like it will have a problem. It might be blind. It might be walking like this, and it might keep falling.
And how do you know that?
My mum told me, and the baby might be blind. It might be deaf. It might.
If you put it
Yeah,
in
and it
there,
might not have an arm. because we have children now, my brothers and sisters.
Okay. And who? Right. Okay. Who told you that?
My mum.
Okay. And so this white stuff. What's you said it looks like water.
Yeah.
Right. Tell me more about this white stuff. What does it feel like?
Just like it feels like wee.
Feels like wee.
Yeah.
And is it what else about it? Can you tell me?
It's like a seed. It's like
Okay.
a seed.
So it's a seed.
Yeah.
It's like wee.
Yeah, like got little seeds inside.
Is it?
And it's like really small. You have to have a microscope to see.
Okay. Is it? How thick is it? Is it less thick than water? As thick as water? Or more thick than water?
Just like wee.
Just like wee. As
Yeah,
thick
a
as
tiny
wee.
bit, a tiny bit thicker.
A tiny bit thicker than wee. Okay. And is it? And say you got it on you. How would you get it off?
So rub my willy,
Yeah.
and then you like hold it, and then the white stuff comes out. And then if I put it in my,
So when it comes out your hand,
yes.
what do you do with it then?
If I put it on my sister's private, and put it on her wee, and the seeds, do you know what they create? They create a baby.
Okay, so let's just talk about what you did then. So these people are in this room.
Yeah, but I never put the white stuff near my sister. I never put it in her private.
Okay, good. That's a good thing to do.
If she had, then she'll have a baby, and it might be blind, it might be deaf, it might have no teeth.
You might do.
Yeah, and it might have a chopped arm. It might have like an arm.
Okay.
And it might be grown like this, and it doesn't have an arm.
Okay. Right. So these people, they played with your willy. This white stuff's come out. You said you got it in your hands. What have you done with it then?
They don't put it out. Just put it in the toilet.
Who did?
Like they put it.
Who are they? But it's gone into your hands.
Yeah.
It's gone into your hands.
Yeah, but they tell me to put it in the toilet.
Right. And is there anything left on your hands when you've just gone like that?
Yes, there's some drops, little drops.
Little drops.
And then some seeds.
So you just, and how much comes out?
Yeah, like tiny seeds. You won't see them, so I have to wash them.
Okay. And is it sticky?
Yeah, but no, it's not sticky.
No?
But when the seeds are on, you have to wash your hands for
And
sure.
how much of this white stuff comes out of your willy?
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah, and also
If you
yeah,
If you could fill something up, tell me what size thing you could fill up.
like you can fill up a half of a bottle.
What size bottle?
Okay, a normal, like this big bottle. It's not like those fat ones.
Yeah.
It's like this one. And those.
What would you keep in a bottle like that big?
The white stuff.
Okay. So, in how many goes of them rubbing your willy does it take to fill up half a bottle?
Twice.
Twice.
Yeah.
So you can fill up half a bottle twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes more.
Okay. And what does it feel like when this white stuff comes out?
It just feels like wheat.
And how does your body feel when it comes out?
Like and it's also bad because it takes all your energy away. I feel like no more energy. I feel really tired after it. I feel like no energy.
Okay.
And that's how my dad makes me weak.
Okay.
He makes me weak, so I can't. And he also steps on my foot and puts all his weight on.
Okay.
It really hurts.
Okay.
He steps on my foot and puts like this, and put all his weight on me, and it really hurts.
Okay. So that happens. And then what about your sister? What happens to her while this is going on?
Yeah, and also you have to wash your hands after the wet stuff.
Why is that?
Because the seeds are on your hand, but you can't see them. You have to have a microscope to see them. So you have the seeds, and you have the seeds on your hand. So if I have it and I put it on my sister, she might then, because she will then have the seeds, and I'll still have the seeds multiply. If I touch something, I'll multiply.
How do you know that's a different thing to wave that comes out your willy? How do you know it's different?
My mum told me about it, and she told me never put it near your sister's.
Oh, okay. No, but
then,
when you're there, see, you're there, so they're playing with your willy. How did you know it wasn't wee? What was different to it? Because
It wasn't yellow.
It wasn't yellow.
It's only white. Never was yellow. Never
Okay.
ever.
So it's white.
So how does a kid know that?
It's never yellow.
It
Never.
looks like wave.
It's never yellow.
No, it's
It's a little bit thicker, but when you go like that, it goes.
yeah, but it's
It
never
doesn't
yellow. It's never yellow.
Got it.
Yeah, and if I when I have a seed and I have it, if I touch something, it still multiplies. It's still on.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So, but if I wash my hands, it goes off.
So what did your mum tell you about all this? Tell me about what she told you.
She told me what I told you.
And when
Yeah.
did she tell you this?
When I was 4 years old, she told me about this. And I have to wash my hands for sure because if I touch my sister, I'll still have the seeds. And my sister, it's like multiplying seeds. If you touch it, it'll multiply.
Hey, man.
Well, I want to just
Good to see ya.
you told me about what happened there, and your mum's told you about this white stuff as well.
Yeah.
And that you shouldn't put it in your sister because you have babies that might be blind or deaf.
They'll have a problem for sure.
Why?
They might not have a head.
Why did she need to tell you that? What? Tell me about what happened for her to tell you that.
She told me that to remind me because me and my sister had baths with each other and had a bath together.
So you had a bath together.
Yeah.
So when you was having your bath together, what did your mum tell you?
And never rub your willy because I had to wash my willy.
Yeah.
You never rub your willy until the white stuff comes out.
Never rub your willy.
No, because then the white stuff unless if the white stuff ever goes into water, it multiplies straight away. And then the whole thing will be white stuff.
Right, okay. So never rub your willy until the white stuff comes
Yeah, and
out.
then if it goes in the bath, the whole thing is seeds, and then it will go in my sister's private. She'll have a baby straight away.
Okay.
She'll have a little belly like that. Big.
Alright. And your mum told you about that?
Yeah, and
Okay.
so the white stuff, so if I touch, it's like multiplying, but if you put it in water, it multiplies more. Or like the whole thing will become the white stuff.
Okay.
And so when I had the white stuff, I had to wash it straight away because it would touch my sister here. Now my sister, if my sister, when she has it here, but she won't have a baby. But then if she cuts herself and she has a mosquito bite her and she rips
Okay.
how's it called? I whip look, because I whip my how's it called? I whip the dry blood.
Right.
Yeah. If my sister whips it and she touched the white stuff on it, there. But no, if the white stuff goes inside the how's it called? Inside when I whip the dry blood, if it goes inside, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You won't have a baby. But
Good.
then but this part will touch it because you how to do this whip, and then it'll touch it, and then you had it on your hand, and then you wipe. My sister might wash her privates, and then it goes on her privates, and then she'll have a baby.
Okay, so when using that's what happens in
Yeah, but I wash my hands straight away.
Okay, in the disabled toilet. And you said they put things in your butt.
Yeah.
What do they put in your butt?
They also wee in my bum,
They wee in your butt.
and they force me to poo, even I can't.
Okay, we'll start off. What do they put in your butt?
They put pieces of paper. They put glue in. And they also, babies, and they have special salt to put in the bum, like special thing, and then you put it on when you put the nappies on, it'll make it better.
Talcum powder.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And he puts that in my
you
bum
said they
too.
put talcum powder in your butt.
Yeah, and also
Why?
glue.
Glue. How do you know it's glue?
I feel it sticky.
It's something sticky.
Yeah. And they also get if
What
I
makes you
if
think
I
it was
if I
glue?
try to poo and they force me to poo, but if I try and I say I can't, they start to give me lots. And if I'm full, they start to give me lots of food. Even I'm full.
No, but we're only talking about what happened in the disabled toilet.
Yeah, but when I want to if I can't poo, if I try to poo and I can't, they force me to.
How do they force you?
They tell me to poo, or if I can't, they hit me. Then they give me lots of food so I can poo.
Okay. So you said they put something. You say put glue in your bum.
And pieces of paper.
Glue, pieces of paper.
Like tissues.
Right. So
Pieces of
how do you know it's glue?
I feel it's sticky after.
Right. So you think it's sticky.
Yeah.
What else makes you think it's glue?
Like it's like watery.
So why couldn't it be something else other than glue? What makes it definitely glue?
Because it's sticky and because it's like smudgy.
And who does that?
My dad smudges my bottom. He stretches my bottom really hard.
Remember, we're only talking about disabled toilet.
Yeah, that's what happens. He stretches my bum really hard. So my bum is really stretchy. And stretch really hard.
Right.
Long.
You said something else, putting plastic willies or something. What does that mean?
Do you know what a willy is?
Yes.
They put plastic willies in my bottom, and then they bleeds after they take it out.
And how do they get it in your bottom?
And they stretch it, and then they put it in.
Right. And so put it in, and how does that feel?
Really hurting. They also tell me to suss their willies, the real ones.
They react to what?
They also tell me to suss their willies, the real ones.
What's that mean?
They suck.
Suck.
The real ones, not the plastic ones.
And who makes you do that?
My dad, all the mans.
All the men.
But the ladies tell me to lick the middles.
What does that mean?
Do you know the middle, like between your bottom and your front private? Do you know the middles? He tells me to lick it.
A lady?
Yeah.
So what does a lady's middle look like?
It looks like the boys' ones.
It looks like the boys' ones?
Yeah.
What does the boys' ones look like?
It looks like, do you know your balls?
Yeah.
It's just like that.
Do ladies have balls?
No, they don't.
What do they have then?
They have lips like this. They have it like this, but the private looks like this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is where the wee is, and they have a wee hole, and they also have a baby hole where the baby comes
So they
out.
have a wee hole and a baby hole.
Yeah, do you know where the baby comes out? Remember where your baby comes out?
Where does the baby come out?
Like here in your middles.
And how did you know that?
I see it. My mum tells me about it too.
So your mum told you about where babies come out of that?
Yeah, and I came out of my mum's private.
Did you? How did you know that?
My mum told me.
Okay, told you. And the wee part, how do you know there's a wee part?
Because like my mum told me about it too.
She told you about the wee part. What did she tell you about the wee part?
That's where the wee comes out.
And what does it look like?
It's like a tiny hole. Like here, it's like here, the hole is here. The wee.
The hole is there?
Yeah, here. Here. Here, like here.
Okay.
Yeah, but women's private is like really long, but girls are really short. And it's like this.
Okay.
Like this. It's like.
Okay. And they make you lick it?
Yeah, it doesn't have nothing sticking out.
Nothing sticking?
No, not like a willy sticking down.
No willy. You sure?
Yes, and it doesn't. And they don't. And they ladies don't have balls.
No? You sure?
No.
Okay. And so then, so you do this, and then what happens after all this has happened?
Then we go like then my dad also kills babies.
Okay.
And he tells me to help him. So I never kill babies, but this is how he tells me to. I hold on to the knife and he holds my hand. I never did it by my own killing a baby.
Okay.
Because I'm not too strong.
Okay. What we'll do, we'll just talk about that day when you go to it. So you said, what you told me earlier is that you go for something to eat afterwards. Yeah. Where do you go? Because it's something you're not allowed to eat.
There's
three things, wasn't there? We talked about the fun bit, the sex. It was something about what you couldn't eat.
No, you were not. You buy sweets we're not supposed to have.
Sweets we're not supposed to have.
And the food we're not supposed to have.
What is the food you're not supposed to have?
Chicken, beef, and we also go to McDonald's. Okay. And he gives us some burger.
Yeah, and what McDonald's do you go to?
Do you know the one near there? Where the view is, there's McDonald's.
Yes, okay. And tell me about
And there's also McDonald's inside the East Finchley Swim.
Is there? McDonald's in East Finchley Swim? Is there? I didn't know that. And whereabouts inside is it?
Like where the shops are, like where the cafes are.
So which one do you go to? Do you go that one or the one near the view?
Near the view and where that one is.
Okay. What are they like, the McDonald's? Are they nice or?
I don't like the food that's junk food.
Is it?
Yeah, do you know in Spiral?
In Spiral?
Yeah, it's like a shop in Camden.
I don't know.
It's like not a shop, I mean a cafe.
Right.
Have you ever been in Camden?
I've been to Camden.
Yeah, but have you seen it said in Spiral? It's like a tree.
Right. Whereabouts is it? Is it near?
Is it where?
Camden Town?
Do you know where the boats are? The bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it is. That's in Spiral, so there's a tree. You see it?
Oh, I think I know.
It looks like a tree, and that's the cafe.
And what about that?
Yeah, and I love it really much. It's really raw. It's raw. Only raw. My mum takes me there.
So,
But my dad never takes me there. He takes me to bad cafes, to junk cafes like
so
McDonald's. He takes me to Costa.
I thought you liked Costa though, didn't you? Have a baby chino.
Yeah, that would be baby chino. Yeah. My mum like lets me have baby chino.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your dad takes you to McDonald's, but it's not good for you.
No, it's really there's junk food there.
Okay, it's junk food there.
Yeah.
You have to have chicken and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what do you do when you're at McDonald's?
We eat stuff we're not supposed to have.
Eat stuff you're not supposed to have.
Like burgers, eggs. But I actually don't tell my mum. But I actually like eggs.
Do you?
I like the taste of fried eggs.
Fried egg.
Yeah, I like it with bread.
Do
I
you?
like the taste, yeah. And I also like butter.
Yeah, you allow
Yeah.
butter and bread.
No, I'm not.
So, do
But-
you like egg sandwiches then?
Yeah, and I know egg sandwiches, and I also fried eggs, not raw.
No one likes that. It's horrible raw. What about scrambled egg?
Yeah, but I do not. I love butter, but my sister hates butter. And I love London butter, but I don't like. Do you know African butter? I don't like it.
Africa, I've never heard of African butter.
It's like no, it's just like it's from where Africa. It's like the butter in Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't have no taste. It's like, but I like London butter. Do you know why?
Why?
Because it has salt.
Okay, and you allow
Yeah, I'm allowed salt. Not the salt. Isn't it salty?
Jesus, smart kid, isn't he, guys?
Okay.
And I also like Nutella.
Do you?
Oh, I hate that fella.
You allow Nutella?
No,
not my-
not my dad, but I like the taste.
Okay.
I like it. And I also like the sweets. Yeah, and also the Nutella, I like the hazelnut one.
Yeah.
And I like the normal one, and I like the one which is the mixed with white chocolate. That Nutella. Do you know it's mixed with white chocolate and dark chocolate? It's like white and
Does it go like that? Swirl round?
Yes, like swirl like
I
that.
think I know the one you mean.
Yeah, but it's not like mixed. Like,
That's chocolate
Yeah.
spread rather than Nutella, is it?
yeah, no, it's not spread. Yeah, it's like chocolate spread, and there's also like Nutella, like squirrel, like that, like
Yeah.
movie like that.
Okay.
Loading problems. Hang on.
So that's some of the things you would do with your dad on Saturday. So you go there. So sometimes you go to Topsy Turvy, and so after
And
where
also
did it
like
change?
pancakes with Nutella.
Pancakes with Nutella.
Yeah, my nanny also, and my grandma,
Oh, little step. Yeah, poor bugger he is.
my nanny doesn't do the sex.
No?
She doesn't. No.
Which nan are we talking about?
No,
Did you
no,
write down
no,
cat food?
None of my nannies do the sex, and
Okay.
my grandma and grandpa don't do the sex.
Okay, when you say nanny, do you mean like Galena nanny, or do you mean like
Galina,
grandparent nanny?
Galia, Galina and also grandparents.
So your
No, my
gran-
grandparents don't have no nanny.
no, I mean, it's sorry, because some people call
Nannies.
nannies like grandparents.
Hey, Shiloh!
So,
Hey, Michael, good day,
Nanny,
mate.
nanny like Galina.
so Galina makes pancakes, not your grandparents.
No, not my nanny. I mean my grandparents does this.
So your grandparents do.
Yeah, my grandma does it. She this is what she does. She makes pancakes.
Yeah.
And then she squeezes lemon and she puts sugar in a little bit.
Yeah, and is that your dad's mum or your mum's mum?
My mum's.
Does she live in England? Does she?
No, she lives in Russia.
Oh,
Do you know which part? Do you know Rostov-on-Don?
Rostov-on-Don.
Do you know that?
No, I know Rostov. Isn't it there?
You do know Rostov?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Yeah, but Rostov-on-Don is like just the same. It's in South Russia.
Okay, yeah. So,
But my sister, my auntie lives in St. Petersburg.
oh, does she? Lucky her. Lucky her. So,
Is it nice there?
where St. Petersburg, beautiful. It's got big palace, lots of other things.
How about Moscow?
Moscow is my favourite place.
Yeah, but I never been to Rostov. I've been to Rostov,
Been to Rostov,
but
yeah.
I never been to Moscow. No other places.
No?
No.
Okay.
I never ever actually been in. I never been to St. Petersburg.
Okay. So your nan.
Yeah.
What do you call your nan? Your
My
grandma.
nanny.
Your grandma.
Yeah, my grandma. I call her babushka.
Baba.
Babushka, that's grandma.
Yeah.
Yeah, but her real name is Luda.
Luda. So
It's Luda, that's how it is in Russian. But my grandpa's name, real name is Raoul.
sorry.
Raoul.
Right. Okay. So your grandparents.
And I also got my grandparents. How's it called? Like my grandparents got sisters and brothers.
I don't think we need to talk about it because they don't live in England.
No, they
They don't live in England, so do they know anything about what's happened?
No.
So I don't think we need to. We won't worry about talking about them then.
No, they don't.
Yeah. You can maybe tell me about them later about their pancakes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But you've been to visit them.
Yeah.
They've made you pancakes, same as what your dad makes you. Yeah.
No, they don't make me, and they also put they never make me pancakes with lemon and sugar now.
Okay. So who makes
My
that?
dad. My grandma and grandpa.
Dad makes it with Nutella.
Yeah.
And you're not allowed to.
No, don't do it. Only my
Don't worry.
grandpa.
Okay. So that's what goes on with your dad.
My dad.
Okay. And then
But I don't like the chicken. I hate it.
Okay. So when did it change and you stopped seeing your dad on Saturdays?
When I told my mum about my dad left me off. My dad left
Hey,
me
Lynn!
off on
Hi,
the
sis.
fence ourselves.
Good to see ya.
Was really drunk of him. And my dad also gives us alcohol.
Right, okay.
And
So-
we're not allowed alcohol.
No?
No.
What does it taste like?
And he also gives us red wine, and it tastes like really sour, then it tastes sweet, like kind of sweet, and then it's bitter like that. But when you taste wine, it tastes like different.
Okay.
The taste changes. First it's sour, then it gets bitter, gets sour, then like that. Changes.
Okay. So when you're on.
And he also gives us some white powders to sniff.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. There's lots of things you said.
and
there.
my
So-
dad also does cigarettes.
Okay. There's lots of things you said there.
Yes, and he forces me to smell the cigarettes.
Okay.
And it's really bad. I can have cancer from it. It's like
Good.
a cigarette.
How do you know that? How do you know you can get cancer from it?
Because my sister told me
Okay.
what my Sophie from my sister's class. She's a really mean girl. She's really mean to me. She's really mean to my sister. And her grandma sat next to a lady. My grandma. Her grandma has a friend. She was smoking right beside her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she got cancer and she died. My grandma.
Okay. So I just want to talk about those things you said. You said lots of things. You said that stopped because you were left on a wall outside McDonald's. Is that
Yeah,
right?
and that's what I told my mum that day, and that's why we stopped the contact.
You said he was drunk of him.
Yeah.
He gives you alcohol.
Yeah.
And he makes you sniff white stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we do, first of all, he left you on a wall. What does that mean?
Like he left us on a tall wall, like a brick wall.
So you
And he went on a car on his own to McDonald's.
and where was this wall?
Like it was up there, but McDonald's was far away. To Hampstead one. But do you know where Finchley Road is?
Yes.
And do you know how's it called? Do you know that warehouse? Like,
No, shall we? But you left on a wall, he's gone to McDonald's,
yeah.
and then you've told your mum.
Yeah, and then we stopped the contacts. But he was actually
Sorry, I hate sort of stuff. It's just, otherwise I look the track with what you're saying. I know it's rude of me, but it's just...
No, it's okay.
It's okay, it's okay. God love
You're on the wall, he's not awake. You said it was really drunk of him.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
He was really stupid of him to do that.
Why did you say the phrase really drunk of him?
Why did he do that? It's really strange.
So he wasn't drunk?
He was drunk. He is actually drunk.
How do you know that?
He walks. The way he talks, the way he walks. He walks like drunk, like that.
Okay. And then you said he gives you alcohol.
Yeah.
Well, what alcohol does he give you?
Normal alcohol.
What's normal alcohol?
Like just normal one, like in a green, how's it called? Green bottle.
It's in a green bottle.
Yeah, he makes us drunk.
And what colour is the alcohol?
White.
So it's white. So it's in a green bottle, it's white.
Yeah, but you also have red wine.
So white and red.
Wine is alcohol actually too.
Wine's alcohol as well. So the alcohol you have is white.
Yeah.
It's in a green bottle.
And I also had red one.
And
Red
red.
wine. Red wine.
Okay, and how much of it do you have?
Quarter.
Quarter of what?
Like he gives us a cup, not from there, like this.
Okay, so it gives you a cup. What
Yeah.
sort of cup?
Like a glass.
So it gives you a glass, and how much of that glass do you have?
Like glass is like that big and have the whole thing.
Okay.
And he also gives us beer. Then beer is like orange, yellowy.
Okay. So what does this wine taste like? Tell me what the white one tastes like.
The white one tastes like really sour and disgusting. It's like
Okay.
bitter too.
And how much of it do you drink out of the glass?
Like this is in it full.
Yeah. So
And
you
it's
drink
like
it.
this, and it's like this, bit.
So you drink it, and how does it make you feel?
And after, I feel really drunk.
What does drunk feel like?
Like drunk, feel like this, like I'm still like it feels like really like it feels like how's it called like this? Like it feels like drunk. It feels like really like it feels like really drunk like that.
Yeah. You keep saying drunk. What does drunk feel like? Tell me about what feelings you get in your head and things like that.
Crazy.
What do you mean crazy?
Like and it makes me say swear words. Like it makes me walk really bad.
Okay. So you feel like that?
Yeah.
And then
And I also get headaches from it
when do you get the headaches?
after I drink.
How long afterwards?
Like for one, I get the headache. Like feels dizzy.
Do you feel dizzy?
Yeah,
Headache? And
yeah.
how long after drinking it?
Like after drinking it, I feel like
But how long after drinking it do you get a headache and feel dizzy?
how long?
Yes.
The headache.
So you've had this drink.
It's a really long headache. Then I tell him I got a headache. Then he gives me tablets.
Okay, so you drink it.
Yeah.
So you drink it.
The
You say you feel like this. You feel drunk.
yeah.
And then you say headaches. And when do you get headaches?
Right after it.
Right after it.
Yeah, like for 1 minute. Right after it.
You drink it 1 minute. Get a headache. Dad give you?
I'll tell him then he goes,
Oh,
Okay, it's red and it's white.
yes.
Okay.
I hate alcohol.
pardon me.
And this was and was this when you had the Saturday contact, or was this a different type of contact?
No, the Saturday one, we don't have different contacts.
But
So
did
it's
that
Saturday.
change? Did contact change after the wall?
No, yeah, after the wall. I
So-
told my mum about it.
so
And
the
she was
alcohol-
like, Nicole.
Was it before or after the thing with the
But I
wall?
never told my mum about the alcohol. But now I told her about it.
So how old was you when this thing
4
happened?
years old.
4.
And he also gives me coffee.
Okay. So you're 4 years old. You had wine.
Yeah.
Red or white.
Yeah.
And then it made you feel like that. And you said also he gave you white powder.
Need to sniff.
Tell me about this.
And it's like chemicals in it. Like when I sniff it, like feels like I have things in my nose. Like feels I got like stuff in my nose.
Right, okay, so
And it makes me how's it called? Like how's it called? Cough. Like how's it called? Like how's it called? Like it just action like that. It makes you feel like that. Like how's it called? Not coughing. Sneeze.
it makes you sneeze.
Yeah.
Okay. So this white powder, where did you get this white powder from?
Like not a jug. No, I mean like a packet.
Packet. Tell me what this packet looks like.
It's like seafood.
It's a seafood packet. How big is it?
He sips out on my hand,
Okay.
and then he tells me to sniff it
Okay. How big is this packet?
like that.
Okay. And how much of this white stuff's in that packet?
No, but he also has little mini packets.
So he's got a big packet like that.
But he also gives us mini ones.
Okay.
He
So
doesn't give me to put in my pocket like he puts mini ones.
right. So then he goes like that.
Yeah.
So what does the powder look like when he's poured it out?
White.
And
And
how
he's
much of his hand is covered with powder?
No, this is how much my hand is. But his one is like this part.
Right.
Like this part.
So show me on my hand. We just go. Show me on my hand what shape it is. The powder.
It's like how does it called? Like
So
mountain.
it's gone like this. It's
It's like,
gone like
yeah,
this.
it's like mountain.
All in one pile is a mountain.
No, it's like this, like this, like this, like this, like this.
So there's all mountain like that.
Yeah, and then
You've got a lot of
and then
mountain.
he tells me to sniff it like this.
You go like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when you do that, you sneeze.
Yeah.
And how else does it make you feel?
Like it like makes me like poke my nose because it feels like I have stuff in my nose.
Okay. And what about your body? How does it make your body feel?
Relaxed.
Relax. And what about your head? What feelings do you get in your
I
head?
was like dizzy, like really dizzy, like and yeah, it's like that. And it's so bad for you, really bad for you. That powder.
Is it? Why is it bad for you?
It's just like cigarettes. It's just
How
like
do you know that?
No, my mum told me
Your mum told you.
when I told her about the white stuff. No, I mean about the white powder.
Okay. We've been talking for over an hour now. I think what we'll do, we'll give you a 5-minute break. Is that all right? So what you can do, you can go and have a little play for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back in. I'll ask you how you feel, and if you feel okay, because I don't want to speak too long. Do you need a cup of water, or are you okay?
Water,
You
yeah.
like some water? Come on then, we'll go and get you some water.
Can you ask my mum for a sandwich?
Has she got any sandwiches?
Yes, she does.
I'll ask her, because she's speaking to Matt at the moment, I'm not sure.
I remember 1 year old too.
You can remember when you, wow,
Yeah, and I also see a picture.
a picture, what picture?
Like my dad's. My dad has like pictures of me naked and doing sex to me when I was 1 year old.
Okay.
On his computer, he has like a photograph on like he keeps them photographs.
Okay. So you're all in this toilet, and then how's it started? Who's done the sex to you?
My dad, the teachers, the parents.
All of them?
Yeah.
And what have they done?
They strip willies in my bottom. They lick our privates. They tell
Okay,
us
so how's it started? Well, I don't understand. So you got in there.
Yeah.
What's happened first?
They touch us and they do sex.
Who's they? Who did it?
My dad and all the parents.
They touched you. What does that mean, touched you?
They touch our privates.
What do they do by touching you? What do they do?
They squeeze it. Do you know the white stuff? When you eat, you rub it and then the white stuff comes out.
Right.
They do that to us.
What do you mean? They do it. What does that mean?
Like to boys, do you know they have white stuff?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, whenever you put the white stuff in girls' privates,
Yeah.
they create a baby.
So whose white stuff was it?
Mine, the boys. Boys only have the white stuff.
Yeah.
Girls don't
So
have it.
you had white stuff, did you, when you were 4 years old?
Yeah. No, even when I'm right now, I got white stuff.
Have you?
Yeah, you have to rub it until it goes out.
Okay, and how do you know that?
My dad done it to me. It won't come out itself.
Right.
I have to rub it.
So you can't do it yourself?
I can do it myself. I can rub it and it'll come out.
Okay.
And it's really dangerous. My mum told me never put it in girls' privates because if I take the white stuff and put it, it's like water, and if I put it in my sister's privates, she'll create a baby.
Okay.
Yeah, but the baby will be like it will have a problem. It might be blind. It might be walking like this, and it might keep falling.
And how do you know that?
My mum told me, and the baby might be blind. It might be deaf. It might.
If you put it
Yeah,
in
and it might
there,
not have an arm because we have children now, my brothers and sisters.
Okay. And who? Right. Okay. So who told you that?
My mum.
Okay. And so this white stuff. What's you said it looks like water.
Yeah.
Right. Tell me more about this white stuff. What does it feel like?
Just like it feels like weed.
Feels like weed.
Yeah, that's true.
And is it what else about it can you tell me?
It's like a seed. It's like a seed.
So it's a seed.
Yeah.
It's like weed.
Yeah, like got little seeds inside. And it's like really small. You have to have a microscope to see.
Okay. Is it? How thick is it? Is it less thick than water? As thick as water, or more thick than water?
Just like weed.
Just like weed. As
Yeah,
thick
a tiny
as weed.
bit, a tiny bit thicker.
A tiny bit thicker than weed.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it? And say you got it on you. How would you get it off?
So rub my willy,
Yeah.
and then you like hold it, and then the white stuff comes out. And then if I put it,
So when it comes out of your hand,
yes.
what do you do with it then?
If I put it on my sister's private, and put it her wee and the seeds, do you know what they create? They create a baby.
Right, okay, so let's just talk about what you did then. So these people are in this room.
Yeah, but I never put the white stuff near my sister. I never put it in her private.
Okay, good.
And
That's a
that's
good thing to do.
if she had, then she'll have a baby, and it might be blind, it might be deaf, it might have no teeth.
Might do.
Yeah, and it might have a chopped arm. It might have like an arm.
Okay.
It might be grown like this, and it doesn't have no arm.
Okay. Right, so these people, they played with your willy. This white stuff's come out. You said you've got it in your hand. What have you done with it then?
They don't put it out. Just put it in the toilet.
Who did?
Like they put it.
Who are they? But it's gone into your
My dad,
hand.
yeah.
It's gone into your hands.
Yeah, but they tell me to put it in the toilet.
Right. And is there anything left on your hands when you've just gone like that?
Yes, there's some drops, little drops.
Little
And
drops.
and then some seeds.
So you just, and how much comes out?
You know, tiny seeds. You won't see them, so I have to wash them.
Okay. And is it sticky?
Yeah, but no, it's not sticky.
No?
But
Okay.
when the seeds are on, you have to wash your hands for
And
sure.
how much of this white stuff
Guys, did we already see this bit already?
comes out of your willy?
A lot.
Okay.
Yeah, and also
If you
what? Yeah.
If you could fill something up, tell me what size thing you could fill up.
Yeah. So we have heard that already.
dry blood.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. If my sister rips it.
Okay. I went too far.
How many goes of them rubbing your willy does it take to fill up half a bottle?
Twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
So you can fill up half a bottle twice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes more.
Okay. And what does it feel like when this white stuff comes out?
It just feels like weak.
And how does your body feel when it comes out?
Like, it's also bad because it takes all your energy away. I feel like no more energy. I feel really tired after it. I feel like no energy.
Okay.
And that's how my dad makes me weak.
Okay.
He makes me weak, so I can't. And he also steps on my foot and puts all his weight on.
Okay.
It really hurts.
Okay.
He steps on my foot and puts and put all his weight on me, and it really hurts.
Yeah. Okay. So that happens, and then what about your sister? What happens to her while this is going on?
Yeah, and also you have to wash your hands after the wet stuff.
Why is that?
Because the seeds are on your hand, but you can't see them. You have to have a microscope to see them. So you have the seeds, and you have the seeds on your hand. So if I have it and I put it on my sister.
He hasn't got to the baby killing yet. He goes in a big
My
detail.
sister, then she has it here, but she won't have a baby. But then if she cuts herself and she has a mosquito bite her and she rips a how's it called? Rips a look, because I rip my how's it called? I rip the dry blood.
Right.
Yeah. If my sister rips it and she touched the white stuff on it, there. But no, if the white stuff goes inside the how's it called? Inside when I rip the dry blood, if it goes inside, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You won't have a baby. But
Good.
then but this part will touch it because you how to do this. And then it'll touch it, and then you had it on your hand, and then you wipe. My sister might wash her privates, and then it goes on her privates, and then she'll have a baby.
Okay, so when using that's what happens in
but I wash my hands straight away.
Okay, in the disabled toilet. Yeah. And you said they put things in your bum.
Yeah.
What do they put in your bum?
They also wee in my bum.
They wee in your bum.
And they force me to poo, even I can't.
Okay, we'll start off. What do they put in your bum?
They put ripped pieces of paper. They put glue in.
Yeah, this is repeated. We've heard this. Oh, well, it's... there we go. We've heard the Purple Lounge. Look, we heard the Purple Lounge already. Let's go back to this.
Why wasn't she at the party?
Because she doesn't do sex to us.
I know she doesn't do sex, but...
And also because she's a vegan.
Right, but that's not a reason not to go to a party, is it?
No, there is a reason because there's only because she's a vegan. The party is non-vegan.
So it's a non-vegan party?
Yeah.
So why was you allowed to go there?
No, I'm allowed to go because they had me and they can do whatever they want with me.
But it's a non-vegan party, I don't understand.
But I'm a vegan.
Yeah, and you said...
And my dad is a vegan. But he lied to my mum about him being vegan.
So, I don't understand. Right? Your mum wasn't allowed to the party because she's a vegan.
Yeah, and
but you and your dad were allowed to the party. Who says that?
My dad's, the teachers, everybody's.
Okay, so that's happened.
And we didn't want to do that, but my dad made us do it, and he forced us.
Okay.
No, but my mum doesn't do it.
No? Okay.
But my family doesn't do it. Only my father does it.
Okay. So this happened at the school, and then you said there's a bit where your dad put the brown coloured willy, plastic willy.
No, but my dad doesn't have a brown one.
No? What one?
He's the boss of the whole religion, the whole culture.
I'm pretty sure it stops in a sec. The copper has a break and it comes back because we've already heard this. But I remember this lounge, we only heard up to a certain point.
Like the boss.
And what's this religion called?
It's not called nothing.
It's not called nothing.
No, we eat babies, we kill them, and my dad said, and this is what my dad tells us to do. Look, my dad killed babies, and we help him kill babies because our dad forces us to.
Okay.
But we never kill babies, never on our own, never.
Okay, so after 6 hours, the party's finished, and where did you go? What? After the party, where did you go then?
Back to your house, to my mum's.
Your mum's house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's home time.
And did you tell her about the black willy going in your bum?
Scared. If they find out, they'll hurt me.
So why have you been able to tell now?
Because Abraham, I was doing really strange behaviour.
What's that?
I was hitting my sister. I was hitting her really violent. I pulled her hair and I smashed her onto the ground from my van. And my sister took a big frame and she threw it into my head and I was bleeding everywhere.
So you two were fighting?
Yeah, really much.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then my mum got really stressed.
Oh, right. So when did you tell them about what's happening?
When Abraham started living with us.
When did he start living with you?
From 4 years. No, not 4 years, 4 months ago.
Okay.
In May.
So that May, and you said it happened on the last day of school.
Yeah.
So that was after May.
Yeah.
So why didn't you tell someone then that this happened at school?
No. I didn't tell first.
Wow.
Abraham found out.
How did he find out?
Because me and my sister were touching each other. My dad tells us to touch each other.
That's right. We heard that. It's back to this one. It's a different interview again.
That's right. And that's because... To remind you, and also just to let people know that you remembered them as well. I'm sure you...
We've seen that too. You're right, Elizabeth, it loops. But he hasn't talked how they killed the babies yet. What's going on? Okay, it's making me do it the hard way.
Get what that is?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah?
I can't remember yesterday was Wednesday.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
So I heard your mum said you're starting a new school, is that right?
Yeah, we're starting a new school.
Are you? What one are you going to go to?
I don't know. We're choosing one.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Have you seen any you like?
Yeah.
Yeah, what one?
Do you know Devon?
Devon?
Yeah.
As in down in Devon near Seaside?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's a long way away from here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, we went.
Did you?
Yeah, and also Glastonbury.
Glastonbury?
Glastonbury.
Yeah, Glastonbury. All right, okay, so all the way down there you like?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like Glastonbury much more better than Devon.
Why is that?
It's much more fun there.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and who would you move down there with? Do you know who'd go with you?
No.
No? So who do you live with at home at the moment?
Abraham.
Abraham?
Yeah, but we call him Papa Hemp. He's our dad now.
Papa Ham?
Hemp.
Papa Hemp?
Yeah, do you know what hemp is?
Hemp?
Yeah.
It's like a root, a plant, isn't it?
Yeah. A green plant.
Okay, so why do you call him Papa Hemp?
He's our dad. And he's an expert on hemp and he makes hemp juices.
Hemp juices. Oh, okay. But what do they taste like, these juices?
Yeah, it's really nice and it's really healthy for you.
Okay, so there's Abraham, also known as Papa Hemp.
Yeah.
Who else?
My mum.
Mama.
My nanny.
Your
Yeah,
nan.
nanny came yesterday.
Oh,
Yes, we heard about the man. Okay, that's where the break was. Watch. There.
what about Mama?
Yeah. She's the one who does the juicing. She's like homeworking.
Homeworking.
Yeah.
What does she do as a job there?
She does the like sofas, making it nice, pillows nice. She well, Galia, she's the one who does.
Hi, Raoul. Yes, we are. We're looking at a kid who's blowing the lid on satanic ritual.
Washing up.
Yeah.
She does the washing, like she does the washing plates.
Yeah.
And she does juices too.
Everyone does juices today.
Yeah.
So Mama does juices.
Galia.
Makes the pillows nice.
Yeah.
Okay, and tell me what else about your mum. Tell me.
She does the beds.
And the beds.
Yeah.
Okay, and what do you like about your mum?
She's really kind. She buys whatever I like.
Oh, we heard
Wow.
this.
Okay.
Other kind of world.
So, so when you're having contact all day, you go to sleep on topsy-turvy land.
Yeah, and do you know East Finchley Swimming?
I know it. Is it near the cinema? Is it?
Yeah.
I know it, yeah. Did
Yeah.
you go there, did you?
Yeah.
And what's that like there?
The girls' one is more revealing. That's not so revealing. They just loop. It was the same video, same two videos just looping. So I've got to, hang on. Yeah, another one. Good night, Shiloh. Good night, Michael.
Hey everybody, Tom Dunn here from Through the Black. ThroughTheBlack.com is the website. That's where you can go to find out about us and everything that we do, including the legendary campaign and the films that we make and all that good stuff. So if anybody out there is a researcher in satanic ritual abuse, this video clip will be very familiar to you. This is a clip that ran on Australian 60 Minutes back in the late 90s. And it is a little documentary produced for television that shows the story of a girl that they called Teresa, probably not her real name. And just it tells what she went through, and what she went through was satanic ritual abuse. So it was produced in Australia, but the actual case took place in the UK. So this predates Hampstead by,
It's not me.
20 years or something like that. It's really difficult to watch this story.
You got the cat food, haven't you?
Again, you can tell that Teresa is telling the truth and that she really experienced these things. I went and I searched, tried to find all of the videos of this girl Teresa and put them together. And I found some footage that I had never seen before that was part of another documentary produced by this the same journalist down there, where he did like a Geraldo Rivera type of exposure on TV, and it has a lot of the same cases. So anyway, I wanted to put everything together for everybody in one spot so they could see this information, and we can see the history of satanic ritual abuse, and we know.
Lynn, I meant to say a prayer over that little kid last video, so I'll say it now. Lord, we just watched a little child whose mind's been polluted with filth by his father. He's been using sacrificial satanic stuff, and I've seen him 5 years later, and he's got the gay spirit, Lord. Lord, we ask that you step in and save this kid, because he didn't stand a chance from the time he was born. So, Lord, please step in and save this kid. Do a personal appearance if you have to. You answer righteous prayers, and we're worried for this boy and his sister. So please do what we're requesting you to do, and go and rescue them 2 children, Lord. That's what you do. We love you, and we trust you'll do it. Amen.
You know, again, another case where this has happened, and we can. It helps us understand what's taking place now in Hampstead and in other places around the world. Satanic ritual abuse is real, and it's not going away. Invisibility is their weapon. This is so important to their existence. So, all right, guys, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for commenting and liking. Let us know what you think. All right, God bless you guys.
I like that guy.
Friends of family and strangers, and my family used to rape me. Made me abort the babies I had.
It would be hard to imagine more misery and suffering than what Teresa says she's had to endure.
And us kids would be made to do things with the adults and the animals, and then a sacrifice would happen.
The sacrifice? Were these animal sacrifices?
Animals and people.
On what scale do you think this was happening?
Enormous, far beyond what we've ever heard of here before.
Teresa's mother, Bridget. You're talking about mass murder?
Yes, on a scale that this country's never heard of before. Like the old people's homes now,
For the first time, Teresa is learning what it's like to live with love instead of fear. In this quiet English village, with the help of her mother, she's slowly repairing her broken life. Teresa is now 15, but at the age of 2, she was left in the care of this woman, the grandma she called Nan. And that, she says, is when her torment started. Who was the leader? Who was the boss of the gang, of the cult?
At home it was my Nan.
Your Nan made you have sex with animals?
Yeah. Like goats and donkeys.
The story of Teresa is a story almost too horrible to recount. A case of child abuse that goes well beyond the kind of things we normally associate with the abuse of children. In 27 years of reporting, it has to be one of the most painful stories I've ever had to tell. How many men or how many people would have sex with you?
What, at one time?
Yes.
But everyone who was there, which must have been about 20, from 10 to 20 people. If it was a big ceremony, it used to be 30.
What would your grandma be doing when these men were forcing themselves on you?
Usually laughing or smiling or having sex with another man or other men.
A chronicle of debauchery and depravity so horrific it's hard to believe. You have to ask yourself, could Teresa be just making it up?
No. I know what's true and what's not. No, I know what I saw.
children don't make up elaborate lies that this would have to be if it was a lie, which I know it is not. It isn't.
This couldn't be a terrible dream, a nightmare that you're reliving.
No. It's no dream. It's a nightmare, and it's not one you can wake up from. It's there all the time.
This really happened, you're quite sure of that?
Yeah.
The police don't think Teresa made up a story. Some of the cult members are to stand trial. 5 men have been charged with rape. As for Nan, the grandmother, she's 61 and lives in this council flat in South London. She's charged on 7 counts of aiding and abetting rape and 2 counts of performing abortions on Teresa. If you're finding this hard to believe, so did I at first. But then there are the medical reports, evidence of sustained sexual abuse. And there's this, a statement prepared for 60 Minutes by Teresa's psychiatrist. It says, in my opinion, Teresa's account is not the product of a psychotic illness, nor the figment of a fertile imagination. I believe her to be telling the truth.
I know what's true and what's not.
We also took Teresa's story to this man, therapist Ray Wire. He reads a transcript of our interview and listens to her voice.
It's no dream.
Few people, if any, in Britain have counselled as many victims of satanic abuse or Satanists themselves as Ray Wire has. If there is an expert on satanic cults, it would have to be him. Do you believe Teresa's story?
I believe Teresa's story. It's exactly the same story as I've heard from men who says they've done it.
You've dealt with other cases like hers?
Yes.
21 cases like hers, he says, in the past 2 years alone.
Things like they were put in boxes with spiders and worms, where they were trapped in fear, where there was a high use of excrement and urine, where there was talk of human sacrifice.
Take just one of those rituals, putting children in boxes with spiders and worms. Now, listen to what Teresa told her mother.
And they had a coffin-like box that children were put in with spiders and snakes and the lid shut and left in there. I would have come out deranged. I could not have coped with that mentally at all.
You have evidence to back up stories like Teresa's, that this is really happening?
Well, we have that age of child, 6, 5, and 4, giving information that ties up with Teresa. How do those children know? How do those children able to describe rituals, to talk about ceremonies, to talk about sacrificing animals? How do those children know?
Nightmares, imagining it?
You can't imagine those things at 3 and 4 years old, and you also don't have the evidence of anal sex abuse and oral sex abuse and all that other abuse that clearly those children have experienced and endured.
During these ceremonies, was Satan the devil ever referred to?
He was called Lucifer.
What did they say about the devil, about Lucifer?
Killing the people made him happy.
Sacrifices to please the devil. According to Teresa, the worst rituals took place at a house somewhere in the country.
It was big, expensive. From the front, it looked like a castle. It had a long drive and big double wooden doors.
Do you think they were rich people then?
Very rich.
Now, where was this big house somewhere in the country? Teresa says she can't take the police there because the Satanists made sure she'd never know how to find it.
Teresa was always drugged, or on a couple of occasions she said she was knocked out, so that she never fully knew the route.
There was a tramp who was brought in once, and he was killed. He was cut from his throat down to his stomach, and they ate him, or bits of him.
They killed a man at a ceremony?
Yeah.
In front of you?
Yeah, in front of all of us.
Did the tramp, did this man fight back?
Oh, I think he was, drunk or something. He seemed really dopey. He was laughing a lot when he was brought in.
Wow. That's
He
crazy.
started screaming when they began to cut. After a while, he died. I'd seen a few killings before then. Although I wasn't used to it, That was the worst one. I really don't know what I thought. I suppose I thought, thank God it's not me.
Let me get this right now. Are you saying that you saw more than one person killed in that house?
Yeah. I've seen loads of babies killed there. Just newborn babies. Or aborted ones, which are only small. 4-year-olds. Any age, really.
Did they ever say they might kill you?
They threatened to kill my little girl, who, when I left, was still at the house.
A friend?
Huh?
What little girl?
My little girl, Alex. She's about 4 now.
You mean you had a child?
Yeah.
How old were you when you had that child?
11.
Motherhood at the age of 11. But from what Teresa told her mother, it wasn't the only pregnancy.
We think about 7 or 8 times. It's hard to say. It was constantly happening from the time she was capable of being pregnant.
What happened to the pregnancies, to the babies?
They were aborted by my nan or by one of the doctors at the house.
There were doctors there at that house?
Yeah, there was 2, I think. Yeah, and a nurse.
What would happen to the fetuses, the unborn babies?
They used to be taken away most of the time, and one time baby was taken out of me and then killed in front of me because it was still alive.
And then what would happen?
Not after they killed it, they would eat it. But we were also made to eat it.
You were made to eat your own fetus?
Yeah.
Who made you do this?
My nan.
You think the one person in the world you could leave a little girl with would be Grandma. Someone to give her love and protect her from harm. Yet, when Teresa was left to live with her grandmother, they might as well have handed her to the devil himself.
Grandmothers, the vision it conjures up for you, a sweet old lady, grey hair, rosy cheeks, holding her arms out to love her grandchildren. And it was exactly the reverse.
But why was Teresa with a man in the first place and not with her mother?
Well, when my first marriage broke up, I took the children with me and couldn't cope. So I gave them to their father, who in turn moved to his mother's.
To Nan's place?
Yeah. And when he left the Nan's place, he left the children there.
How do you feel now towards her grandma and the other people who did all those things to your daughter?
They disgust me. They are the worst form of life this earth has had the misfortune to create. Vile.
Did you ever try to run away? You must have been frightened.
A couple of times I did, but my uncle, he caught me and brought me back.
Going to the police? Did that occur to you?
No. I thought it was normal, even though I didn't like it. I mean, you don't like to eat greens, but some way, I thought it was just being called to be kind or something like that.
She said to me it was something that everybody did. She thought, like you don't like going to school or the dentist, you don't like going to the black masses.
It was never any different. I didn't have nothing to compare it to.
All part of life, Teresa thought. Even a miscarriage one day at school.
Yeah, I asked the teacher if I could go to the toilet, and she allowed me out. I went to the toilet, and the baby was in the knickers. I thought it was dead, but it wasn't. It was still moving.
And yet no one at school knew?
No.
Saw anything?
No. Or if they did, they didn't say. No, she was treated for a high temperature, a fever, nothing more.
What did she do with the baby?
She kept her for a while because she was frightened that they'd use the child as part of the rituals. So she'd turn a pencil case into a little coffin. Apparently she put roses in to make her smell sweet. Got a letter with her. Pictures of herself and her brother. Picture of me.
And then I put it down the chute because I didn't want my nan to get it.
As we said earlier, the police have already charged some members of the cult, and we know they're also investigating Teresa's accounts of those ritual killings. If there were as many as she told us, then the Satanists had a problem. How did they get rid of the bodies?
They had a tub, pretty big, I don't know. A fairly big tub, and they used to put the bodies and bones in there. And it used to go like, fizzy in there. And then there was nothing left. Well, there didn't seem to be, but when they cleared it out, there used to be a sludge at the bottom.
Teresa's story, her account, doesn't really surprise you.
It doesn't surprise me in the light of satanic abuse now.
Do you get frustrated with people who just won't accept that these things do happen?
Yes, because I've worked with murderers in prisons for years. Not that long ago, a boy was found in a forest in southern England without a head. We have no doubts that men can do that. And yet when we start talking about men within Satanism who actually believe in evil and it's the right to express evil, we suddenly have a doubt.
As I was leaving Teresa's place, she handed me this note. It's addressed to the film crew. She says, "Thanks for bothering to help kids like me. I hope it helps." On the other side, there's a poem Teresa made up while she was staying at Nan's place. She calls it Nothing Left.
Nothing left. I would scream, but there is no voice left. I would cry, but there are no tears left. I'd fight, but there is no strength left.
That was just part of our investigation of Satanism in Britain. We're also gathering evidence about the activities of such cults here in Australia.
He was called Lucifer.
What did they say about the devil?
And killing the people made him happy.
Do you dismiss that as a child's fantasy, or do you take it seriously?
Well, as a policeman and as a father, I obviously take it very seriously. Very seriously indeed.
Crime Intelligence Officer, Sergeant Alan Barwick. You believe Teresa?
Yes, I do.
What would happen to the fetuses, the unborn babies?
They used to be taken away most of the time, and one time baby was taken out of me and then killed in front of me because it was still alive.
And then?
They would eat it.
Teresa told me that she was forced to eat her own fetus. Does that surprise you?
No.
Why not?
There is information at hand that we believe that this happened before in this country.
What Teresa had to endure is bad enough, but it's far from being an isolated case. We found strong evidence that scores of children in Britain are victims of these satanic rituals. But what is the attraction of these cults, and how are people lured into them?
In nomine Nostris Satanis Luciferi Excelsis. In the name of Satan, the ruler of the earth, the king of the world, I command the forces of darkness to bestow their infernal power upon me.
David Austin is rare among Satanists. He will actually talk about some of their ceremonies. He denies taking part in child abuse himself, but he's sure some others do.
There are people that are using the occult, are claiming to be Satanists, and that they are abusing children. We know it.
No sex with children in his cult, says David Austin, but he confirms that sex is a part of some of their ceremonies.
Some of our rites are sexually orientated, and again, we have to take into the fact that we do take in some rites a bisexual approach to some of our actions.
I also witnessed a 9-day-old baby being slaughtered for human sacrifice.
Audrey Harper, she spent 5 years in a satanic cult before she escaped.
Why did they kill that baby? Why sacrifice a child?
Satan likes pure sacrifice, and human sacrifice is better than animal sacrifice, so they are pleasing the master.
This is a sound that echoes down many a street in England today. It's not Satanism, but for some, it has been a stepping stone to devil worship. Witchcraft, the so-called harmless end of the occult. Nigel Bourne is the high priest, and Zildie Bate, the high priestess. They play out their pagan rituals in gatherings they call covens.
O thou circle, be thou a meeting place of love and joy and truth, a rampart of protection for all those who stand herein. Wherefore I do bless thee, and I do consecrate thee, in the most holy and potent names.
You're a witch.
I am.
Zildie and Nigel worship nature and the changing of the seasons.
Now is the moment of the spring equinox, when day and night are equal.
Nothing to do, they say, with Satan.
It's a common belief that witches worship Satan, but we can't worship Satan because we don't even acknowledge his existence.
Is witchcraft harmless?
No. But then no religion is harmless.
You're saying it can be harmful?
Yes,
can be dangerous?
of course it can. Anything that is taken to extremes can be dangerous. We as a coven were looking for more kicks.
David Stillwell. He started off in witchcraft. He finished up in something very different.
Collectively as a group, we decided to explore Satanism. Now you were looking for more kicks. What did you end up doing? Animal sacrifice. Sacrificing animals, birds and rabbits, pigeons, doves, things like that.
O thou incense, be thou a fit and sweet smelling.
Getting bored with rituals like this turned David Stillwell and his coven away from worshipping Mother Nature to worshipping the devil. He was heading towards the kind of depravity that we heard Teresa describe.
Could you look up ahead and think to yourself, well, the next sacrifice might be a child? Yeah, it's always something that's at the back of your mind. While I was in this coven, we met people of other covens that purported to have taken part in child sacrifice.
They used to burn witches in this country, and there are moves afoot in the British Parliament to have the worst forms of witchcraft outlawed again, especially the Satanists. But that's not so easily done. Witchcraft is just another religion here, and banning it opens the whole question of freedom of religion. Meanwhile, the signs are that Satanism is spreading its evil at an alarming rate.
We've got to be aware of it. We don't know how big it is, but we've got to take it seriously.
Ray Wire, the therapist we took Teresa's story to. Her case is bad enough, he says, but in sheer numbers, not the worst.
Father had 10 children. He ritually sexually abused them in every way possible, Those 10 children were eventually taken into care. Those 10 children became adults, and between them, they had 23 children. Subsequently, the grandfather, those 10 adults, and now the 23 children were all involved in ritual abuse, and grandfather and those 10 adults sexually abused those children in every way possible in a satanic way.
I wanted, I suppose, a bit of excitement, something slightly different, something that gave me an experience.
Despite the harm suffered by children like Teresa, David Austin still defends Satanism.
I don't call it dangerous. I don't say it's dangerous. It's like anything else. If you've got nitroglycerine in a hot kitchen, it's dangerous. If you start playing football with it, it's dangerous.
As the athame is to the male, so the cup is to the female.
To Nigel and Zeldy, this is a sacred ritual, a fertility rite.
For the blessing.
Most witches agree sex is an important part of their craft, but say it's only symbolic.
Blessed be.
Satanists also use sex in their rituals, but it goes far beyond symbolism. Take Audrey Harper's experience.
The warlock, the master, is Reagan. He's the high priest of the covenant.
Married to the devil, is that what it meant?
That type of thing. Yes, only there's no ceremony. But the act of unity completes my initiation ceremony. I now belong mind, body and soul to Satan.
Married to the devil, a consistent pattern it seems. Audrey when she was 22, Teresa when she was a little girl.
They used to marry the kids to Lucifer. So that we were part of him, we were his.
Did that include you? Were you married to the devil?
Yeah. He used to be dressed up in a cloak, and it was just like a marriage in a church, but different words,
What were you taught about Lucifer?
Just that we should, be his friend, treat him as a friend. And that he's always there if we ever need him.
Why do they do such wicked things in these covens?
Because they're pleasing Satan. The lower you become, the more vile you become, the more pleased Satan is with you, and therefore the more power you'll get when you die.
And they believe this?
They believe it. They absolutely believe it.
Is this just an English disease, or should we be worried in Australia about activity such as this?
I think we must be worried in every country, including yours, and without a shadow of a doubt, you'll have groups in Australia who are doing similar things.
It's almost certain that there are black covens in Australia and that there is child sacrifice going on in Australia.
Do you think there are satanic cults operating in Australia?
Yes, I think it'd be very naive of us to deny that.
Our crime intelligence officer again, Sergeant Alan Barwick.
Teresa talks of ritualistic sacrifices. Have you come across anything like this in your investigations?
Yes, we have.
What kind of sacrifices?
Animal sacrifices.
Can you tell me anything about that?
No, I can't.
Why is that?
It's a ongoing inquiry.
The problem is knowing how to recognise it, and that comes down really to parents. Parents recognising where their kids are.
You have to wonder why no one guessed what was happening to Teresa over those 12 years at Nan's place. Not even her mother knew when Teresa came to stay with her on holidays.
I think with most people, not only myself, it's such an abhorrent, disgusting thing that I don't think we want to hear it.
So what should mothers do?
They should take the child aside and believe them. Believe them. It's so many times you hear about a child going from one adult to the next in an effort to get somebody to listen. I mean, in Teresa's case, the people she told joined in. And she thought I was going to too. That was a real blow. I cried for weeks over that she would look at me and think that I could do that.
What would you hope to do with your life now? What are you looking forward to doing?
Just living, being happy.
What would you like to do when you leave school?
Care for children. Handicapped ones, or abused children like me, maybe.
Now, Australian police want your help to compile information on satanic cults, especially cases where children are being abused.
Any sort of information at all. Anybody that has some suspicions about a cult working in a particular area, or they know people who are involved.
If there was someone watching this program who is involved in a satanic cult and wants to get out, what would you say to that person?
Or come forward. There are many welfare groups around that can assist, and certainly we can point those people in the right direction and certainly offer them protection if it's necessary.
In New South Wales, the police hotline number is 02 20966. That's 20966. In other states, you should contact police headquarters in your capital city. Last year on the 60 Minutes program, I told the story of a young English girl, Teresa. I said then that it was the most painful story I'd reported in 28 years. Here's part of what she told me.
Usually one of us would have to go on the star, and then we'd be raped by everyone who was there.
Did this happen to you?
Yeah, a few times.
How many men would have sex with you at any one time?
It was usually 10 to 20.
What happened to Teresa is still one of the most controversial cases in British legal history. Mother and daughter are together. For 12 years, Bridget had no idea what was happening to her child.
Yeah, I thought she was just hurt by the breakup of the marriage of myself and her father. I explained it away with things like that, this was because she'd come from a broken home.
You see, Teresa split up when she was just 2 years old and left her in the care of Nan, her grandmother. That's when her trouble started. Nan was part of a satanic cult.
And we used to be taken to a house in the country, or one house in the country, where it would happen there, and we'd have ceremonies there. We'd kill babies and adults and animals, and we were made to have sex with the animals. We were raped by my uncles and aunts and friends of the family.
And when you say we, you and other kids?
My cousins, some girls and boys.
Was Nan there? Was your grandmother there?
Most of the time.
You said that animals were killed there and people were killed there.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
To begin with, it was only animals. I can remember being brought in and cut down the middle and opened up. It was usually in the stall on the table. They had a big table. When the people were brought in, it was the same sort of thing. It was just, a lot worse.
As the rituals grew more violent, Teresa tried to escape, but the cult weren't about to let her go.
And we ran out of the house, and we were running down the hill.
Were you trying to get away?
Yeah, we were going to run away and go somewhere nice. But they set the dogs out, and we got caught by the dogs. And we were brought back. I thought I was going to die too, but I didn't. I was tied up for a few days.
Teresa, what sort of people were sacrificed for those rituals? Who were they?
One time it was a tramp. It looked like a tramp.
A tramp?
Yeah. he was brought in, and he was laughing, and he didn't seem to be there, always sleepy. And they laid him on the thing, and they cut him from his neck right down, and he screamed a bit, and then it just stopped down, and he died, and they ate his insides.
The people there ate parts of the tramp.
All of us did.
Was that? Did you understand why they ate him after they killed him?
They said it was for Lucifer. They said it made him happy.
Was your nan there? Was Grandma there during the sacrifices?
Usually.
What was she doing when this went on?
I was usually looking at what was happening. But if I turned around at her, she would be smiling or laughing or chanting if they were chanting.
Did Nan take part in the ceremonies?
Yeah.
According to Teresa, hundreds of babies were sacrificed by the cult. Not just other people's babies, but her own as well. By the age of 11, she'd already become a mother. How many times did you become pregnant?
7.
7 times. The babies were aborted, were they?
Yeah.
Where were the abortions carried out?
My nans were at the house.
Who would perform the abortions?
At our house, it was my nan. And at the bigger house, it was the doctors there.
Doctors were part of those ceremonies too, were they?
Yeah.
Would anything else be done with those fetuses?
They were eaten.
I beg your pardon?
They were eaten. We were made to eat them, and everyone would have a piece.
Now, Teresa and Bridget came over from the United Kingdom. They're with us here in the studio tonight. Do you think that abuse that Teresa was subjected to was at the hands of Satanists?
Oh, I'm sure. And Satanists were raising her, so her only image of Satan is what they gave her. No Christian lived in that house.
Oh, I don't like that there's a Catholic priest there, guys. That's not a good sign, because they're all spiders, we know that.
A lot of people have come to me and said they don't believe your story, that you made it up. What do you say to them?
At first they're shocked. Maybe that's why they don't believe it. And when they face facts about something like this, then they have to do something about it. And I think they're frightened to face facts and say, yes, this goes on. And that Satanists do this.
It's too horrible.
Maybe they don't, but Satanists do this.
But Robert Ledwidge, I would say something very disturbing and disgusting took place, but it's certainly got nothing to do with Satanism.
I told ya! Catholic priest saying it's got nothing to do with Catholicism, nothing to do with our rituals or Satan. I told you it wasn't good that there's a Catholic here, and I stand vindicated.
Use rituals or games to justify their own lunacy, their own perversions. That's got nothing to do with genuine magic, genuine occultism, or genuine...
Yes, it has!
Sick, perverted people do things to people, and that's what happened. Afterwards, professionals and other people had read the label Satanism into it. It's very easy these days for religious people to go back and find Satanism where they look for it.
I'm sorry, there you are very wrong. The child was told to do things to please Lucifer.
Why then did the child just say, just then, that she did not know it was Satanism?
She hadn't heard the term Satanist, but she had heard all about Lucifer and how to please him.
Did rituals take place within a sign like that?
Within and around the sign.
Not making this up. What do you say to people who think you are making it up? Maybe not lying, but maybe you're just fantasizing.
Live it. They told me that online.
Good. Probably which. To say she is telling the truth, does it make you doubt your religion?
No, it makes me have no doubts at all. It simply makes me realise there are criminals out there who would use religious symbology, Hollywood images such as inverted pentagrams, etc., in the wrong way to gain control over people.
What happened to Teresa is not real Satanism.
No, what happened to Teresa is disgusting. And the people who did it should be brought to justice. They're not Satanists, they're not occultists, they're sick individuals.
Danny Guglielmici, the Adelaide pastor. How many young people come to you and say, I'm involved in Satanism? A lot of them just say they're involved in forms of witchcraft rather than Satanism, although there have been some that say they've been involved in Satanism and have taken us to the spots where they've had the rituals. I can't put a number to it, but hundreds, you know. I remember one story one night where a young man was involved in a ritual and he heard Satan say to him, I want you to lay down your life and come to the other world, and I will get you to meet with all your mates, and then I'll give you your body back. And he wrote down what he was doing as they were having a satanic ritual, and he went off into another room and he committed suicide.
This really disturbs me that I think we're looking at the problem the wrong way round. We've seen a number of cases where there are kids who are on drugs, have been on drugs, many kids and young people who've been lonely and disenchanted and alienated, who've gone to Satanism or to other things. Instead of looking at Satanism, I wonder if we should be starting to look at ourselves as a community and why, in fact, people are turning to these things.
Maybe you're right, but do you mean by that we just simply ignore Satanism?
No, I'm not saying that at all, but I guess what I am implying is that if Satanism wasn't around, there'd be other things that young people who were disturbed and had...
See, it's everything bar Satan. Everyone's making excuses. It's not Satan, it's everything but Satan. Wow.
Alienated and lonely would latch on to as well.
Yeah, and didn't Jason say that sex and drugs were two of the major attractions before Satan was even involved in this experience?
What I found from the occult is that they promoted homosexual activity, they promoted sex with animals, sex with other things, and had the rituals that demons would be manifested and you would have sex with the demons.
Can I ask you how you have sex with a demon?
Well, as Christ came in the Spirit of God and as he came as in the form of human man, that a demon can also come into a physical sense. And also it happens on a spiritual basis as well.
I think that proves the point that I think sex and drugs were the major inspiration for Jason to get involved in the first place. And I think we're talking about a very different Satan to the Satan that you're talking about.
Reverend Lance Shilton, former Anglican Dean at Sydney. Do we take it seriously, Satanism?
We certainly do take it seriously. And I think what we ought to take very seriously is the fact that what we've had from our Satanists here in this program is a great whitewash of the...
Oh, God bless him. The Catholic jumped up and said there's no such thing as Satanism. It's a fantasy. And the Anglican jumps up and says, no, there's something to this. Oh, wow. See how bad the Catholics are, guys? I like this guy. He's an Anglican.
Now, just take the case, for instance, we have the high priest here in Sydney, dressed like a clergyman, a Christian clergyman, with a collar on. And I would have thought that if he's really honest and wasn't telling lies, that he would have had some of his own symbols on him, so that people would, in fact...
Oh, he's not even a Catholic priest. Wow.
See that?
What's he doing there?
The way you see it, you against them.
Sure. I think adversary is the devil, and I think Christians would say quite definitely, without any soft soap about the matter at all, as a very real adversary, we must be careful that we do not allow ourselves to be hoodwinked by the kind of approach they make, so reasonable, so nice, so argumentative, when in actual fact, it's a deception.
I'd like to cross to Los Angeles. Dr. Aquino, what's your view of what Lance Shilton just said?
I think we've just heard from a gentleman whose perceptions of virtue and vice, and indeed of reality, begin and end with what is taught in the Bible. We are perfectly happy to see Christianity prosper and indeed become as good a social institution as it can be. We would ask nothing less than that we be allowed the same courtesy, because we believe also that we are positive social forces.
The Christians are saying that it's too much of a risk to allow you that courtesy, to allow Satanism to exist, because the dangers are too serious.
I think that there is always a danger that any religion can be misused by people who try to use it as a scapegoat, and I would say that Christianity's own record is a case in point. In theory, it is a very positive and uplifting religion and philosophy. In practice, over the last 2,000 years, for all the good that it has done, it has also done a great deal of harm, not only to non-Christians, but to different sects within Christianity. And I think that the gentleman, as I said, who just spoke, should perhaps look to his own house before he tries to criticize others.
Ready for a meal of sacrifices. Open wide the gates of hell, and come forth. Children for us. Children for us. Hail, Satan!
We've heard from the Satanists and their critics, but what about those whose stories are never told? Certainly not in a court. Those too young to be believed in the eyes of the law.
It took 33 months in court for Ray Bucky and his mother Peggy McMartin Bucky to hear a verdict.
We, the jury, in the affirmative action, find very defendant not guilty.
Across the hall, parents and some of the children allegedly molested wept.
The celebrated McMartin case, which ran for a record 2.5 years in California. On trial were kindergarten teachers accused of some of the worst kind of satanic abuse of children.
I can't believe this.
The jury can say whatever they want, but we're guilty.
If you have the opportunity to share in the experiences, and they've been terrible experiences, that all of us have in therapy with our children, and you listen to your children describe some of the most bizarre events. I mean, things that you wouldn't see on Friday the 13th, part 20, or whatever the case may be. Things that are just so outrageous, so outlandish, so bizarre, then it starts to hit home. And it's not just one child describing the same event. It's scores of children describing this.
There was sodomy and copulation, the killing of animals as a sacrifice.
In front of the children?
Oh, yes, in front of the children, yes.
Every child not only describes sexual abuse, but what really terrifies them is the ritual that went along with the sexual abuse.
Even most jurors agreed some of the children had been abused.
The case against the teachers was dismissed, with virtually none of the children allowed to give direct evidence in court.
The children were never allowed to say in their own words what happened to them. And to me, that was crucial.
Not just the cry of American parents. Listen to what an Australian father tells us happened to his children.
Sticks were put into their vaginas, and they were told that if they told their parents, told us, then we would be killed. They had ceremonies where our youngest daughter described big long swords used to cut them, and she has scars under her ankle where she was cut by these sharp swords and blood left. She described a bowl with shiny silver patterns on it used to collect the blood from all the kids, and this blood was painted onto a man who was naked, and he performed some ceremony there. The kids were, I would imagine, out of their mind.
What sort of people do you think were in charge of your children?
Satanists, without a doubt. I mean, this is just too bizarre to be a few people playing around with their sexual fantasies with our children. And they were abused physically, sexually.
Numbers 31. Let me look that up. Let me look that up. Numbers 31. I bet it doesn't say anything of the sort. I bet you twisted it. You watch this, guys. Numbers.
I think the hang-ups, like all child sexual abuse problems, is that the law's not yet come to grips with the nature of violence. Children, up until recently, have never been called upon to give evidence. Also, even I Deidre Bruiser, the New South Wales Shadow Minister for Family and Community Services. Deidre, child abuse, as we know, is bad enough, but
Is ritualistic abuse of children any worse?
Well, I think so. I think it demonstrates that there could be a network. A network. I believe there is a network of pedophiles, for example, working very effectively in this state and in other states in Australia. And what concerns me is that we could have quite widespread abuse going on because of the established networks such as Satanists who could be involved in these practices.
The element of ritualistic abuse, say, muddies the waters legally, doesn't it?
It makes it very difficult because people don't want to believe that it's happening and the system is not able to cope. What we've seen recently is that the mechanisms that are presently there make it very difficult for evidence taken from these young children to not be considered to have been contaminated in the process.
Do you remember anything about the car? All I remember was that it had 2 stickers on it and that the registration had 2 stickers in it.
Closed circuit television. It means little children don't have to be questioned in the presence of the accused or people in wigs. To any of us, daunting. To a small child, like having to relive the horror.
What did he say? What did he call out? He just put out roses.
But take the case studies of the abused children we've shown tonight. How quickly should their evidence be taped?
I'll tell you what, hang on.
If you videotape it from very early in the piece, from the very first disclosure, at least you can rebut the suggestion there's been contamination. If there has been, it becomes obvious to everyone. Okay, Anne Schleibaum, child psychologist. And why do you think the courts have so much difficulty in differentiating between child abuse on the one hand and, on the other, ritualistic abuse?
Once you hear about the masks and the gowns, the killing of the animals, the drinking of the blood, etc., people say this can't be true. So the adult fantasies about child realities, which are called child fantasies, are brought in again.
The kids are making it up.
Yeah.
The children of the American parents who claim that their children were ritualistically abused by a satanic group.
Right.
Are you treating any cases like that?
Yes, I am. And I believe they're very similar. And I believe the children in that case, as well as the case or cases here, have been subjected to similar abuses.
Kim Dwyer, you're also a child psychologist, professional. Aren't professionals supposed to be sceptical about things like Satanism?
We always, as adults, have the dilemma about whether to believe children. I think we're talking here as though this is something that happens occasionally. It doesn't. It happens often.
We've got to be careful about this area too. I agree that generally speaking, children don't lie. And I don't think they lie any more than adults. But I do think if they're questioned time and time and time again by other adults, by policemen, by social workers, by counsellors, they can't distinguish fact from fantasy. So it's absurd to say that we should just believe children regardless. We have to have what Ron Cowell calls a methodology, a technique, so that we can be sure that children are not subject to adult biases. And I think his technique of having videotapes is a very good technique and should be encouraged.
I think the biggest lesson we've learned is that ritualistic abuse, satanic ritualistic abuse, is happening in our country, it's happening in the world, and that it's something we need to address. Law enforcement needs to address it, the judicial system needs to address it, and most importantly, every parent in this country has to address it. They have to listen to what their children say, and they have to protect their children from it.
Brown hair and beard.
Now let's return to Sean Sellers, the American kid on death row in Oklahoma. He took his instructions from this book.
the Satanic Bible, and went on to kill 3 people.
This is the material that's put out by Satanists, okay? They say that their material is not a problem, that their teachings are not wrong. These are the 9 Satanic statements that appear in the first part of the Satanic Bible. And the Satanic Bible in America outsells the Bible 10 to 1 on college campuses. And says the first one says Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams. Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit. Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on hypocrites. And Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. And it goes on, but here's the one that really caught my attention when I first read them. Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, sometimes worse than those that walk on all fours, who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all.
Young, troubled minds looking to Satanism and the occult for the answers. Fred Nile, should we take it seriously?
People treat it as a joke or say it's not true, as some people have been saying here today. It is a reality. Satan is real, and his influence is real, and it should not be played around with, and anyone watching this program should not in any way be encouraged to delve into the occult or try these things out. It is for real.
I think the reality here is religious bigotry. The reality here is simply religious bigots. What we've listened to are fascist Christians who want to outlaw any sort of opposition. They're not interested in having competition from some other religious philosophy. They want to put their antiquated Judeo-Christian beliefs and force them on society.
Adolf Hitler followed the
example of a Christian.
And fascist fits the occult, not Christianity. Fascism fits the occult.
Adolf Hitler and you, Fred Nile, have a lot in common. You are both fascists who want to put a belief system on the state. Now, religious freedom is a right. Satanists have religious freedom. We have never said we would want to ban Christianity. Yet if you listen to Christians, they have no toleration of any other religion. They want to call us liars because they simply don't want any competition. It's a matter of playing up a scapegoat, scaring people into their congregations by boogeymen in the dark and Satan in the dark. They created the image of Satan during the Inquisition when they murdered millions of innocent people to stop competition. The witch trials haven't ended today. Fred Nile, Lance Shelton are the sort of people who would start a new witch trial and kill innocent people, but by a different method.
Fred Nile, what would you do then with people like Robert Ledwidge if you could make the laws?
Well, that's a good question. I don't believe those rights should be given to Satanists or to the Church of Satan, which the purpose of is to promote evil and evil practices. That's the end result. We see the beguiling face. They can't say what they really want to do because that would turn everyone off.
I think we should see the beguiling nature of Christianity, where you project the love of Jesus on the outside and you condemn minorities. You are bigoted, biased, and violent. The church throughout its history has killed and mutilated millions of people. The Pope blessed Mussolini's tanks. The Pope entered into interactions with Adolf Hitler. Throughout the church's history, it has been a violent, barbaric vehicle. Thousands of young people today can't survive because they can't be what they are because of the guilt and original sin that you project. The image of Jesus is a dead Jew mutilated on a cross.
That's a lie. No way.
Over here.
Protect our children from what I've seen my child suffer and what will intrude upon my child's life for the rest of life by people like you. And if that means outlawing your religion, then so be it, because my paramount job in my life is raising my children, and my protection of those children is one of the first
You should protect your children from any criminal activity, whether it's the label of Satanism or Christianity. That's got nothing to do with our religion. Just because a psychopath has misused satanic imagery does not mean you can blame a whole religion.
We're talking about whole group.
Paul Wilson, criminologist. Now, what sort of people become Satanists?
If you're talking about Satanists, I think we're talking about the perverted form of Satanism where crimes are engaged in. I better make that clear right from the start. And these people, I think, will latch on to something like Satanism and often will distort it and commit crimes in the process. But let me emphasize that these sort of people will often latch on to other things as well, unfortunately, including Christianity, and do the same thing. What I'm basically saying, these people are disturbed in any event, regardless of which religious view that they're on.
Robert Ledwidge, is he disturbed?
Oh, I don't think so. From what I've from hearing him talk at all. It seems to me he's talking in a very rational way. I think the question is, as Greg Waters says, that whether you believe it or not, I have to take people on face value until they show that I'm wrong.
I don't believe that it's necessarily disturbed people who are
No,
caught up in this, but rather innocent people, people who can be easily manipulated because they're unaware of what they're entering into. And I don't think we just opt out by saying it's only disturbed people if they enter into Satanism and are going to end up.
I like this guy here.
It could happen to anyone.
Pastor John McDonald, I've observed a lot tonight in what's happening within our nation and around the world. And the thing that disturbs me is there has been a soft sell. Anything that is not bringing glory to God is of Satan in its fullest extent. We can have all religious trappings, but that doesn't make us Christians. And a lot of things have been done in the name of Christ by people throughout history, as has already been indicated to us. But it's not God behind it. It is man and Satan, ultimate control.
Reverend Lane Shilton, the summary, please.
It needs to be exposed for what it is, first of all. And I hope that this program is doing just that.
Okay, load
we
something
need
else
to make
now.
sure that people are not hoodwinked by the lies which come from those who advocate this kind of behaviour. And I believe there ought to be very strict laws against it. And I suggested banning. Now, I know there's a lot of objection to that, but I think we ban other things which are harmful to society without them actually entering into it. We don't wait for people necessarily to take drugs before we'll ban certain drugs in our community.
So then,
I would say so, quite definitely.
You don't agree, Paul?
We can't go and ban things which we don't like. We end up banning rock music, paintings we don't like, police we don't like. We only ban things which actually harm people or their property. That's the only justification we have of doing these
One
things.
for Israel.
If we're going to ban things, then perhaps we should look at the excesses of obsessive Christians and ban the church. Should all the ministers ban the church?
One for
If that's what you're going to
Israel.
suggest, banning things that could be harmful, are we going to ban Christianity because of the Inquisition?
Is it a war between Christianity and Satanism?
Yes, of course. I mean, Christianity is, as far as I'm concerned, a neurotic aberration based on the worship of a dead Jew hanging on a cross. We find that sick and abhorrent.
Okay, I'll go to some testimonies of Jews. Something uplifting for a change.
How come nobody told me before? I mean, my family, my neighbors, my friends, my people, nobody knows. Nobody tells us. The best kept secret among the Jewish people. I was born to a Sephardic Jewish family. My family are Babylonian Jews on my mom's side and Sephardic Jews from Spain on my dad's side. My mom would try to drag my brothers and me to synagogue. Maybe it had something to do with our people thousands of years ago, but God was very, very far away. In school, we would study the Old Testament from 1st grade to 12th grade. We study it as history of our people, as wisdom literature, something that one just needs to know being Jewish, but not as the Word of God. After my military service, like a lot of Israelis, I decided to travel the world. Initially in Southeast Asia, a lot of Israelis are going there for the mysticism trail and the drug trail. I wanted to understand what they believe, and so I was exposed to some Hindu and some Buddhist literature. I got to realize that there is a spiritual reality, but that spiritual reality I saw was very, very scary. It was negative, it was dark, but it was very real. I ended up in Amsterdam, Holland, and I came there with merchandise to sell because I ran out of money. It was there that I've met a group of very enthusiastic young believers in Jesus. And I said, well, I'm Jewish and we don't believe in Jesus. And they said, why? Jesus is Jewish. And I said, I'm not sure why, but I'm sure we don't believe in Jesus. As I got to know them, I noticed two things that really drew my attention and made me curious. One was what they called personal relationship with God. I couldn't understand it. I mean, I could see it. I could see how it works out in their lives. They would pray for one another. They would talk to God like one talks to a friend. It's very foreign. to a Jewish mindset. So this friend said, well, would you like to pray? I said, I don't know how to pray. Bloody hell. Pray. You know, in my bar mitzvah, they gave me a page. I read it. Give me a page. I'll read it. And the second thing that was even more shocking than that was that some of them were familiar with passages in the Hebrew scriptures that I wasn't very well familiar with. In school, we would study certain chapters and we would skip over a lot of other passages. But they referred me to passages that they called prophetic or messianic, that talk about the Messiah. And I was amazed. I said, well, how come you guys know the Hebrew scripture? I mean, this is ours. And they said, no, it's the whole Bible is one book. And I said, well, I have the Bible at home, and I've never seen the New Testament. I decided to check it out. So I read the Hebrew scriptures, and I saw that it was the same one as we had. I had one in Hebrew, and those passages were right in there, telling when the Messiah will be born, what will he do, how are we going to recognize him. Reading this, I became very curious, and I said to myself, I have to read the New Testament. So I actually got one in Hebrew, and every morning I would kind of look at it, and then look away, go about doing my things. Finally, I said to myself, well, Eris, you're a hypocrite, because you would read Hindu writings and Buddhist writings and whatever, but when it comes to Jesus, you avoid. And I started reading. I was very surprised. First of all, it took place in Israel, in places I've been to many, many times. Growing up in Israel, I've never ever heard anything about Jesus of Nazareth. I've never met a Christian person. I've never seen a New Testament. I had absolutely no idea what it meant. It is particularly ridiculous because I had first-degree family living on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. And throughout my childhood, we would visit them several times a year, swim, fish, but I had no idea that Jesus or his disciples, ever existed. We refer to this phenomenon as Jesus being the best-kept secret among the Jewish people. As I read about all the religious institutions, they're still very much with us among the Jewish people to this day. But Yeshua was different. I felt very drawn to him. He did not try to do things to win men's favor. And so I started the process of comparing the...
Oh, why does this... Okay, stop. Having too many loading problems, got to reboot.
And then look away, go about doing my things. Finally, I said to myself, well, Eris, you're a hypocrite. Because you would read Hindu writings and Buddhist writings and whatever, but when it comes to Jesus, you avoid. And I started reading. I was very surprised. First of all, it took place in Israel, in places I've been to many, many times. Growing up in Israel, I've never ever heard anything about Jesus of Nazareth. I've never met a Christian person. I've never seen a New Testament. I had absolutely no idea what it meant. It is particularly ridiculous because I had first-degree family living on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. And throughout my childhood, we would visit them several times a year, swim, fish, but I had no idea that Jesus or his disciples, ever existed. We refer to this phenomenon as Jesus being the best-kept secret among the Jewish people. As I read about all the religious institutions,
oh, Joshy! G'day, Josh! G'day, mate!
But Yeshua was different. I felt very drawn to him. He did not try to do things to win men's favor. And so I started the process of comparing the prophecies in the Hebrew scriptures about the Messiah and how we're going to recognize him. the fulfillment in Yeshua in the New Testament. And to my amazement, it matched. I became convinced, first in my head, then in my heart, that Yeshua is indeed the promised Messiah for people. Shortly after that, I started noticing changes in myself. I had a great hunger to read the Word of God, the Hebrew Scriptures, and the New Testament. So thinking that I'm the first Jewish person since the time of Paul the Apostle who read about the New Testament, I felt that God is calling me to go back to Israel and tell my family, tell my friends, tell my neighbors, my people, and everybody else that I meet about this great discovery that Yeshua is not just the Messiah of the Gentiles, he's also our Messiah. After becoming a follower of Yeshua, I became overwhelmed with a sense of joy on the one hand, but also urgency, because I said, how come nobody told me before? I mean, my family, my neighbors, my friends, my people, nobody knows, nobody tells us. And I felt very strongly that I need to go and tell my people. I decided to surprise my family. My dad was there, and I told them that I believe in Yeshua, the Messiah. The consensus was that in some way or fashion, I've lost my mind. My dad's family, they have arranged for me a meeting with the chief psychiatrist in our city. And he actually formally declared me to be sane. I should have asked for that in writing. My mom's family arranged for me a meeting with a rabbi. And the rabbi promised my mom that he would prove to me that Yeshua...
You can bring the shop and his mum just tooted the horn.
The day before our meeting, the rabbi called my mom and he canceled the meeting. To my great joy, I discovered there were other believers. I discovered there was a congregation of Jewish believers. And I started going there. And so I told them, I want to study the Word of God. Is there any Bible school or Bible college or something like that I can go and invest some time and just study the Bible? And they said, well, no, there's nothing. And I completed my doctoral studies in the United States. After that, with my wife and young children, we came back to Israel. I knew that God has called me to serve Him, but I didn't know exactly where. I remember very vividly how it felt coming to know Yeshua and having a deep desire to study the Scriptures and not knowing how to do it. And I felt very strongly that I need to go and provide this opportunity for Israeli believers, both Jewish and Arab, to study the Word of God in Hebrew right where it happened. And to that, I dedicate my life.
What's the next one? Hey, Kenny! G'day, mate!
To all of you, it's my great pleasure and my honor to be with you this morning. And I give you greetings from the church in Israel, and especially from One for Israel, Israel College of the Bible. We use it as synonyms. So this morning, I want to share briefly with you
this is the
highlights from...
Here's what you need to do. You've got to first shave your head. You dress all in black. You've got to wear a white robe, eat only kosher foods. You've got to become a vegetarian. You face Jerusalem. You've got to face India when you pray. You pray only in Hebrew, and you grow a nice big beard. And if you do all of those outward cultural things, you'll discover the God of the universe. I'm thinking this is crazy that someone thinks that they can force their culture on God, and that God's going to be impressed by what you wear, what direction you face when you pray, what you eat, and all these sorts of things. It seemed to me that if there was a God out there who could be known, He should be able to be recognized no matter where I face, no matter how I'm dressed, because He's God. Growing up, we always understood that we had our Bible and the Gentiles had their Bible, the New Testament, and that they were two completely separate books. Because the only people I knew who were believers in Jesus were all people in our public school who were Italian Catholic, I imagined that Jesus was Italian. And so the understanding that he's actually Jewish was a shock. And then to hear that the New Testament was written by Jews, I couldn't believe it. My expectation was that the New Testament was like my grandparents had told me. It was a book on how to persecute the Jews and something you should stay away from. Of course, when you're told you should stay away from something, curiosity gets the best of you, and you've got to see it. When I opened the New Testament, I was expecting to find a handbook on how to persecute the Jews. My grandparents had warned me that it was written by people who killed Jews. That's what I was expecting to see. And yet when I'm opening it, I'm reading a story written by Jews about Jewish people. The New Testament was a fascinating book. And so as I opened this book in the library, I kind of looked around, made sure that none of my friends had seen me taking a Christian Bible off the shelf. And I opened it. Here's the first sentence. It says, "This is the genealogy of Jesus the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham." So 3 people are mentioned, and they're all Jewish. I was very shocked. And as I continued to read, I'm reading the story of a Jewish man who was born in a Jewish village, in a Jewish country, and one day walks into a synagogue and announces that he is the Messiah. The more I read the words of Jesus, the more I became attracted to him. It was as beautiful as anything I had ever read in any other part of the Bible. As I came to faith that Yeshua, that Jesus was the Messiah, it was clear that that was the most Jewish thing I could do. This is not the person who's a renegade to our people. This is the one who was promised in our Bible. It's the 53rd chapter of Isaiah. It is astonishing. If you would just read that chapter, just without the Bible being around it, you would say, oh, this is some Christian Bible. This is Jesus. When you realize, though, that it's in the middle of our Bible, our Jewish Bible. When I first came to faith, I dared not tell my father. Because this is a time period in the 1970s when there were lots of gurus and cults. And he was very concerned about me getting involved in some crazy sect and going off someplace. So I waited for months. And when I finally told him, he was very skeptical. On his own, then, he started to read about Jesus as well. About a year and a half later, I told him that the fellow who wrote one of the books that he had read, that this fellow was giving a lecture in the city of New York. And he agreed to come out to hear that person. And one of the most amazing moments of my life was the speaker said, "Would everyone here who is a Jewish believer in Jesus, would you raise your hand?" And I raised my hand. My father also raised his hand. And I looked over and I said, "Pop, you didn't say would all the Jews raise their hand. You said, would all the Jewish believers in Jesus raise their hand?" And my father looked over and he said, "Yes, I heard what he said." The decision to come to faith in Jesus as the Messiah was not something that was a momentary lark. It wasn't something that was a passing fad. And I could see changes in myself that I knew were not from within myself. I had kind of tapped in to a truth for our Jewish people that was very powerful.
I got my PhD in the field of organic chemistry, postdoc at Stanford University. Joined the group of a man who was going to win a Nobel Prize in chemistry. Voted one of the top 50 most influential minds in the world. I was a visiting scholar at Harvard University. I've spoken at every major university in this country. Have over 650 research publications. Voted the R&D magazine Scientist of the Year. I'm in the National Academy of Inventors. I'm a member of the American Association for the advancement of science. Over 120 patents started, 7 or 8 companies. We work in areas that range from medicine to material science to electronics, computer memory, medical devices. We work across a broad range of areas. But more than any of that, what means the most to me is that I'm a Jew who believes that Jesus is the Messiah. I grew up just outside of New York City. I thought everybody was Jewish. I didn't even know that there was anything else. I had no particular interest in that, other than when all my friends were getting bar mitzvahed or bat mitzvahed, and then I would attend, of course, every week. There was never really any excitement for me. I remember once I even tried to talk to a rabbi. He just brushed me off. There was very little explanation for me. I remember when I went to college, I started meeting a number of people that said that they were born-again Christians, which was sort of an odd term. What's born again? What do you mean, born again? One person saw me in the laundry room and he said, "Do you mind if I give you an illustration of the gospel?" And I remember we sat there and he actually started to draw a picture, a cliff with a man on one side, and he drew a little man, and then another cliff with God on the other side, and a big chasm in between that he labeled with sin. I looked at him, I said, "I'm not a sinner. I've never killed anyone. I've never robbed a bank. How could I be a sinner?" And he had me read a verse from the Bible. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. In modern Judaism, we never really talked about sin. I don't remember ever talking about sin in my home. So he turned to another passage. Jesus said, "I say to you that everyone who looks upon a woman with lust for her has already committed adultery with her in his heart." Pow! I felt just as if I'd been punched right in the chest. Here I was, new in college. I didn't think anybody knew. I would pick up these magazines and I became addicted to pornography. It was just through those magazines. All of a sudden, something that's written in the Bible, somebody who lived 2,000 years ago was calling me out on it. And I felt immediately convicted. And that now I realized I was a sinner. When I read in the scriptures what sin is, then I knew I was a sinner. How am I going to get to God? We Jews know this better than anyone else. Without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness of sin. This description in Isaiah 53 of how he will bear upon himself my sin, the things that I had done. And this was him. This was the man that took this upon himself on the cross. The perfect God comes and gives himself for us. He is the one that gives himself for us. We started to realize how Jewish the New Testament is. This book is so Jewish. The New Testament is so Jewish. It's all around Jewish people. And then on November 7th, 1977, I was all alone in my room. The realization that Yeshua is the one who died on the cross. And I said, "Lord, I am a sinner. Please forgive me. Come into my life." Then all of a sudden, someone was in my room. And I opened my eyes. I was on my knees. I opened my eyes. I was in my room. That man, Jesus Christ, stood in my room. This amazing sense of God. Jesus was in my room, and I wasn't scared. All I started doing was just weeping. The presence was so glorious because he was there in my room on that day. And I didn't want to get up. And this amazing sense of forgiveness just started to come upon me. That was it. Finally, I got up. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know who to tell. Here's this Jewish kid from New York City. What am I going to say? My cousins were shocked. How can you? What? You're Jewish.
What? Oh, good. Wasn't on special then.
Telling my mother how I had invited Jesus into my life. She didn't say much. She was weeping. She told my father they weren't happy at all. And she said, I don't blame them for killing Jesus after the things that he said. Who is he to come against these religious leaders that have dedicated their lives to helping people and to tell them that they are whitewashed tombs? Who is he, this young man in his 30s, to say this to these scholars? He got what he deserved. And my mother's a very deep, pensive, careful reader. She read from Genesis right on through the Tanakh, the whole thing. When she got done, I said, what did you think? She said, God warned us over and over again. He warned us. When my daughter was about 15, my mother and father came to visit us. At one point, my mother went into her room for several hours. She came out. She said, what a young girl you have. She talked to me for a long time. She started reading the Bible again, both the Old and the New Testament. One day, not long after that, she called me on the phone at the age of 72. She said, Jimmy, you wouldn't believe what happened. I said, what happened? She said, I was just reading. And it hit me. It hit me. The way he gave his life. I believe it now. Jesus is the Son of God.
I remember having a conversation with my mother, and she was encouraging me to go to bed early so I'd get a good night's sleep. And so I said, Ma, why? Why should I go to bed and get a good night's sleep? She said, so you can get up and be refreshed in the morning and do well in school. I said, why do I need to do well in school? She said, so you can go to a good college. I said, why do I need to go to a good college? She said, so you can get a good job. Why do I need to get a good job? So you can have a family and have a house and have the nice things of life. I said, well, okay, if I have all those things, then what? She goes, then nothing, that's it. I said, is that all there is? Being the only son of a Jewish mother, I was made to feel like I was the center of the universe. It was all about me. And then in the world, when it wasn't about me, it was shocking to me. And I wanted it to be about me. I sought the approval and the affirmation and the confirmation of these things from other people, that in fact it was about me and that I was the center of the universe. I went to a private school and I had to study the life of Jesus at that private school. And I didn't like Jesus, but I wanted to hear from my own rabbi why we don't believe in Jesus. And he explained to me that he couldn't be the Messiah because when Messiah comes, he'll bring peace. And since Jesus has already come and there is no peace, he could not be the Messiah. And that satisfied me for about 7 years. And I was totally satisfied with that answer. It made sense to me. In college, I became a theoretical Marxist. I believed that what the world needed was radical social change. That instead of people competing against each other in the marketplace, that government would come and would create an equal playing field, even more than that, create equal outcomes for everyone in the culture. We could get rid of the competitiveness and the adversarial relationship that I saw in the culture. We could work towards cooperation. We could create a better world together. I really wanted to make a better world. That was I saw this as a source of significance and purpose in my life, that I could help bring about a better world for mankind. The only problem with my convictions about social change and making a better world was the problem of the brokenness in people. My own personal brokenness, I saw that. My own selfishness, my own pride, my own lust, my own greed, all of those things in my life. And I saw that in other people in the world around me. And if there was something wrong with us, if there was something wrong with people, then changing social systems wouldn't make any difference. It would just be the same thing over and over again. So in my freshman year of college, I hear a knock on my door. I open the door, and there's a young man there. He looks at me and goes, "Hi, my name's Paul, and I'd like to talk to you about establishing a personal relationship with Jesus Christ." I thought, well, it took me by surprise, and I said, I'm sorry, I'm Jewish. He goes, that's okay, so is he. I said, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I said, come on in. So I invited him in the room. I invited some of my Jewish friends from down the hall to come join us. And then he began to explain to us why Jesus was the Jewish Messiah. So the questions that I came to college with stayed with me, and I realized that there was no God, there was no hope. That led me on a quest, on a search. In the process of that search, I came across the prophecy in the 53rd chapter of Isaiah. And I remember reading it and thinking to myself, what's Jesus doing in my Bible? I was surprised as I read it that this was from the prophet Isaiah, the Jewish prophet. And I said, what's Jesus doing in my Bible? I began to think, why didn't the rabbi tell me about this? Why didn't he tell me that there was a picture of Messiah other than Messiah bringing peace, but a Messiah that was going to suffer and die for us?
Josh!
After college, in order to make extra money, I worked nights and weekends for a kosher caterer in Boston. One night, on April 30th, 1980, I was at Temple Sinai in Marblehead, Massachusetts. I was there for a donor dinner, serving a donor dinner. I was asked if I would pack up the truck so everybody else could go home, and just I would be left. And I said, fine. So everybody else left. The ladies had their fundraiser inside the show, and I was outside with a cup of coffee and a cigarette and just thinking about life. All of a sudden, inside the synagogue, the women started praying. Their prayers began to remind me of my own searching, my own struggle, my own
Hey, Mama's back. Welcome back, sis.
Jewish history. I started thinking about David. I started thinking about Jesus. Is Jesus the Messiah? Is it really important who the Messiah is? Is Jesus the Son of God? Is he God? Did he ever say he was God? Couldn't he have just meant that he was close to God and intimate with God? And I said, what difference does that make with the name of God? As long as we live a good life. And as I'm thinking these things, I'm walking around the temple parking lot, and I get to the end of the parking lot, and I look up, and before me is a gathering of light, and the light forms a figure of a man, and the man is all in light, and he was in front of the cross, not on the cross, but in front of the cross, and it's all brightly illuminated in front of me, about 20 yards away from me, as big as life. And I looked up and I saw the figure, and I said, oh my God, it's Jesus Christ. My hands are shaking. I'm shaking my head on the way home. Did I really see this? Did I really see this? And it scared me so much, I decided to try to put it out of my mind. So I spent the next couple of weeks just partying and going out to bars and just trying to forget about what had happened. And I did this for a couple of weeks of getting drunk and trying to forget. I woke up one morning, I was living at home at the time, and I woke up in the morning and I was getting my orange juice in the kitchen, and my mother looks at me and says, Rich, what are you running from? So I came to realize that I wasn't the center of the universe, that God was, that it wasn't about me, it was about him. And it was about me investing my life in his purposes that he had for me. And that gave me such a feeling of meaning and purpose in my life that it was beyond anything that I could have dreamt for. I never thought I'd get the answers. I never thought that those were the kinds of things that there were answers to. But now I realize that there's a God and that he loves me, and that love sets me free to love and serve others. Today I'm married to my beautiful wife Michelle, who happens to be Italian. I thought it was more important to marry a girl that shared my faith in Jesus than it was to marry a Jewish girl. We have three wonderful boys, Joshua 27, Micah 26, and Zach 23. They all have come in their place in their life where they have asked Jesus to be their Messiah and Lord, and they are walking with him, and so we're very proud of them. Presently I'm teaching as a professor in a graduate school in New York City, and really delight in being able to share my experience and my journey, my life with these young people in the context of a learning environment.
I'm feeling goosebumps. I actually touched her. I said, Wendy, do you feel this? It felt like electricity in my hands. I said, did you feel this? She said, no, I don't feel anything. I don't know what's going on. Horrible music, and I'm having this visceral feeling. I was born in Columbus, Ohio, and I'm Jewish. My parents are Jewish. Everyone I know in the family, ancestors are Jewish. And matter of fact, we were 4 pretty argumentative little kids, and my mother used to say, you can't even get a word in edgewise around here. And what was funny is that we all grew up to be lawyers. And when that happened, at one point, I remember she said, well, at least I'm vindicated that I couldn't get a word in edgewise with you guys. So, but I remember with my grandmother in particular, she grew up in the old country, and anti-Semitism was just such a visceral part of the upbringing that she said, now you're going to school, and it's Christmas time of year, and they're going to do those Christmas songs. Now, don't make a big deal about it, but you can't say his name. So I went to this bookstore. I was visiting my brother at the time, and checking out the New York Times bestsellers, and there's this book, Rabbi Jesus, by Bruce Chilton, and I was attracted to the title because Rabbi Jesus would not be a very common title for a book, at least in my world. So I picked it up, and my brother came over. He says, would you read that book? And I said, Alan, come on. I'm an educated woman. I don't even know who this person is. And he changed history, if nothing else, So I'm just curious. I just want to read the book. I just want to understand a little bit more about who Jesus is. And so bought the book, got on the plane, and headed back to Columbus. I sat down on the plane, and I'm sitting in there reading my book, Rabbi Jesus, and this woman kind of peers over my shoulder, says, oh, what are you reading? And I said, kind of defensively, I'm Jewish, but I'm just curious who Jesus is. And she said, well, what do you want to know? I've written books about him. And I was pretty shocked. And she started talking to me about some of the books and some of the information about him. And at the end of all this, I said, I'm not going to change my religion, but, if I were to read the New Testament, do you have one that you'd recommend? And so she recommended one to me. And then she said, and I'm going to send you my books. Give me your address. Let me send you my books. During this time, shockingly, my marriage of 28 years came to an end. And it had happened, it had been building over a long time. To me, raising my children is like the most important thing that you can do in life. I had this dream about, I think it was a Zephaniah passage. He will delight with you in song. Like it was, I just woke up one morning going, what is that? Where did that come from? I was by myself. This was in the spring of that year, and came home from work one day and took the mail in, and there was this yellow package. So I opened it up, and there was a book in it. And the book had a card, and I actually have a card that came with the book, and it said, Dear Diane, I haven't forgotten my promise to send you this book. It just has been slow in getting to you. This book is part of my life story. In the midst of great pain, Jesus walked alongside me. I have been praying that whatever you go through in your life, that he will find you and comfort you as he blessed me. Blessings and shalom, Lori Hall. Then she would, Zephaniah 3:17, he will delight in you with song. And I'm just in shock. I'm in shock at so many levels that this card and this book arrived at this time. So I called my sister, who was living out in Massachusetts at the time. I said, Wendy, you are not going to believe this. And I told her how this person that I didn't know sat down next to me like 6 months ago on a plane. We're driving back and forth from Boston to Columbus, and I never had spoken to her. Never said a word. I had only asked her about.
Oh, you're up early. Okay.
So I'm telling Wendy who this woman is, and this card in the book, and there's like dead silence on the book, just nothing. And Wendy, and she goes, "Did you say Lori Hall?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "I'm holding a magazine in my hand, and it's Christian-led woman, and they're doing a review of Lori Hall's book. And it's this very book that she sent to me. At this moment, to me, it was so profound that God was absolutely in my life. Late August of 2001, my sister and I were together, and she invited me to church because a friend of hers was going to become a pastor. So we were going to support. I was supporting my sister was supporting her friend. So we go to a church service, and I was shockingly surprised at how beautiful and moving it was. was. And I have to say, at the moment, though, I felt that I love the music. You know, this is like amazing music. And so I really, I got goosebumps and was really into the service, which was surprising. You know, I was a Jewish woman. I've really not attended church before. This was good. At the end of the service, she said, I want you to meet the pastors here. And they were both Jewish. And so I talked to these two guys that grew up in New York, and I'm just like, how do you grow up Jewish and you're a pastor in a church? It just blew my mind. There I'm standing, this woman came over to me and she said, may I pray for you? She takes my hands like this, may I pray for you? And I said, I just want to understand more about Jesus, which that's all I wanted. But God he just zapped me. I feel like if there's such a thing as good electricity, it was like my body was just filled with love and warmth and electricity. It was like an electrical love hug of proportions I can't even imagine. And I just felt this huge sense of truth of who Jesus is. I felt it. I could feel it. And the person who was praying for me said, the Holy Spirit is on you. And as a Jewish woman, I have to admit, I had no idea what she meant by that. And she said, will you accept Jesus as your Messiah? After this happened, I'm an upstanding member of the Jewish community on the board at my synagogue, and had a lot of interaction with the rabbis and my community. And the subject came up, you know, I believe in Yeshua now. And the reaction was, what happened to you? How could you do this? I was like a traitor, you know, like what? How could you possibly, all these years, believe that, you know, after being a Jewish woman, a leader,
thanks for popping in, sis.
Jesus is the Messiah. And the beauty of how this happened to me is that I was so hit with the truth of it at such a deep level that all I could answer was with great conviction. I can't explain why, but it is true. I know it is true. I know it is true in my heart. And I have the rest of my life to read scripture and understand the why, that I know it is. That's the truth.
Sweet, sweet symphony.
I remember I was a small child, and my sweet mom teaching me Israel. Shema Israel. Adonai Eloheinu. Adonai Echad. I went to Jewish school in Tehran, learning English, more about faith and what it is to know who this God is, God of Abraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov. I remember every night praying the Shema and then just openly talking to God. In our family, things were going wrong. My parents were out of sorts, fighting with each other. I had a tremendous earache. And I remember my grandmother telling my dad, you need to bring a lamb, a sheep, and have the rabbi come and say bracha and sacrifice the lamb. We gathered around and we laid hands on the sheep. The rabbi prayed in Hebrew, and I always distinctly remembered that was for our wound, for our sins. The minute that he slaughtered the lamb, something amazing happened. My earache went away. It was a big prestige thing in Iran for the kids to come to America. And I was fortunate enough that I was able to come here. I went to an American school, just a whole new world. I felt like I could do anything I wanted to do. My parents weren't looking over my shoulder, and I didn't have to be accountable to anybody. I still remember that
you know, there was a 10 commandment that it said somewhere in there, do not commit adultery and things like this. But I thought to myself, maybe that's really for the older people. I'm a software developer by trade in collaboration with some friends. On the side, we start working on the business project. Some of the business contacts that we had were people of faith. I love the strength of their faith. And the way they talked about this man, Jesus, is as if he was God himself. And that was really offensive to me. And one thing that challenged me is that they knew my Jewish Bible better than I did. You know, having heard all these debates in my head and friends and obviously reading articles, reading books, archaeology, and so on and so forth about, well, Moses did this and Jesus did this and Muhammad did this. So you know what? I really need to go to the source. I'm going to go read the Jewish Bible. One thing I had realized as I was reading the Torah, it was amazing to me that when the Jewish people went through what they witnessed, with God opening the sea, and went through and they saw these unusual happenings that Moses himself says, you were all witnesses, you saw these things. Your children haven't seen them, but you saw them. Just remember this. Yet, they forgot about it, and for 40 years, we just spun around the desert over and over and over. And I thought to myself, is it possible that, you know, last time was 40 years, maybe this time it's been 2,000 years that we're spinning around this world, chasing our own tails and trying to figure out what's up. And sure enough, as I start reading this passage, Isaiah 53, and it starts talking about that, how this man died for our sins. And he was bruised. And through his stripes, we are healed. Talked about how, like a lamb, he was taken to sacrifice. Like a lamb. Like that same sheep that was brought to our yard. One thing that occurred to me as I talked to the rabbi, and the rabbi said, how could God become a human being? And it occurred to me, if God of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who's that powerful God, who opened the sea, if he could do that, who am I to say that if he wanted to show up in form of a human being on earth, who am I to stop him? I could feel myself, you know what? He's the Messiah. He's the Mashiach. He's not a Gentile, he's Jewish. It was the straw that broke the camel's back, that passage. Once I read that passage, it was like, okay, basically, it sealed the deal. He is the Messiah. And I believed it. I never wanted to hurt my family. So I stayed silent. Then a short while ago, something happened that turned me upside down again. My own son was driving back from his internship program, long distance. That night we were waiting for him at home. 9 o'clock is when we were expecting him. You get a knock on the door. The police. Our local police. And we're like, okay. He said that your son flown to a hospital. We went down. Not knowing what to expect.
Too bad you weren't His Majesty's counsellor. Funny, Josh.
There was brain injury. But I do remember is praying to God and asking him, God, you have to give him back to us whole. Each hour we saw an improvement, to the point that by the third or fourth day, God brought this child back to us. What that did reminded me of a story about a young girl, 12-year-old, who the family and friends thought she was dead. And this man who ran a synagogue chased down, found this teacher who was known in the region north of Israel at the time, and begged him, come and heal my daughter. And this man went down to this other man's house and raised the little girl back to life. The man whose daughter was healed could not shut up anymore. I love my family, but I can't shut up about who this Jesus is anymore. This Jesus healed my son, brought him back to life. He was quick, gracious to watch over my son when I could. And I didn't know. I feel like that man whose daughter was healed. I can't shut up anymore. I have to tell the story. I have to tell the story.
It turned out that I had a very rare susceptibility to hypnosis that I didn't know about. I felt something change in me. I felt something controlling me. I remember seeing this dark cloaked image with a bony finger, and he had my parents in a dome, and he said, "You'll never see your parents again." And I remember at one point waking up and noticing that the streetlights were his eyes. And I felt that presence of that force once again. And it was as if I could hear him speaking. And he said, "Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am?" And I said, "No, I don't want you here." And it was as if a veil pulled back, and that fiery face that tormented me when I was a child, that I saw and haunted me in my dreams and all of those things, was there. It was coming back again from when I was 3.5 years old or 4 years old. And I said, "I'll kill you." In the meantime, my mom had called the police. They came in. They heard me say, "I'll kill you." When the first one came, I threw him 10 feet across the room, that little 16-year-old skinny kid throwing a big cop. So they knew something was up. I didn't know where the power came from, but it was something that definitely got their attention. And they took me to the hospital, and they were trying to figure out what it was. It was so unusual and so different. They had never seen anything like that. We were in synagogue on Friday nights and on Saturday mornings, and it was always a part of our life. We were helping to meet the minyan for the Mincha Marav service, and it was wonderful. And all I wanted to do was do something that would please God. But I wondered, what about the relationship with God? When I see in the scriptures, when it talked about Abraham and Yitzchak and Yaakov having
a relationship, an intimate relationship with God. I said, how come we don't have that? In my freshman year of college, I was living off campus. I was keeping kosher. I wore my yarmulke. I was doing all these things. I was with my roommate. We had some things that happened that were very unusual and made me feel very under pressure. I felt the presence of that force again that I hadn't experienced since high school. And I thought that was all done. And I got really nervous. And in that moment, I found myself quietly asking God, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? And then it came up in that process, the issue with my roommate about Jesus. And I thought, oh, gosh, it's a setup. This is crazy. I said, God, Jesus is real. I couldn't even say the name. It was so anathema to me. And as I said it, I felt something stirring up and rising up in my stomach. And I thought, whoa, what is this? And I tried it one more time. It happened. I said, you know what? I don't know what this is, but I'm going to sleep. So the next day, my friends asked me, and my roommate and his friends asked if I wanted to go to church with them. And I said, what do I want to go there for? And inside something said, you need to go there. There's something I need to see. I just knew I had to be there, but I had never been in a church. And it was the last place I would have thought to go. And I thought they believed in three gods, spoke Latin in church, and hated Jews. And so I assumed Jesus was the biggest anti-Semite of them all, because that's the one they claimed we killed, and that was the one they claimed was at the forefront of everything they believed. But at the end, they did an altar call, and 2,000 people, about 100 people went forward. And then he said, there's one more person that wants to come forward. And nobody went forward. And I started to think, yeah, I think it's me. And then he says from the front, you know who you are. I said, yeah, but I can't do this. He says, you can do this. I thought, is he reading my mind? And all of a sudden he says, I'm not a mind reader, but I'm just saying what God tells me to say. And he just went back and forth for a while, and nobody went up. And then finally I said, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not doing this. And I felt that force again. I said, I want to do this. Well, by the time I wrestled to do it, I stood and he said, everybody be seated. And I'm the only one standing. And I could just feel everybody looking at the one guy standing. And then he said something. He said, bring him down. Bring him down. It took 6 people to get me to the front. All of a sudden, I was praying with him in the chair, and I felt again this rush and this flush of electricity. So I knew it wasn't a man. I knew there was something there. There were no wires. There was nothing. I knew something supernatural had happened. And when I looked around the room, I thought they whitewashed the place. I thought, who painted the building? I mean, it just seemed different. It was as if the scales of my eyes were removed, and everything looked different. I didn't understand it, but I couldn't deny it. A couple of days later, I was on the phone with my mom, and in the conversation, she said, Jan, you sound so happy. You sound so at peace. What is different? She said, well, what is it? Maybe I can do it. I said, well, I wish you would, but I don't think you want to know this. She had scheduled for me.
G'day, James. G'day, mate.
A psychiatrist, a psychologist, and she had the whole thing set up for me. People ask me, how can you be Jewish and believe in Jesus? You can't be Jewish and believe in Jesus.
I keep saying,
I asked them the question. I said, who told you that? They said, everybody knows that. I said, okay, everybody knows, but how do you know it? Have you ever studied it? No. Have you ever looked at it? No. Have you ever evaluated to challenge it? No. And then they tell me, by the way, you're brainwashed. You believe whatever you're told. You can't think for yourself. So I continue to ask them, how do you know? And then finally it comes down to them saying, if he was really the Messiah, the rabbis would tell us. I said, so you know it because the rabbis told you? Yes. I said, so you never studied it, you never looked at it, you never evaluated it, you never had any cost involved. But the rabbis told you and you believe it. Who's brainwashed?
So where I grew up, it was I would say 90% Jewish neighborhood. You may ha Chanukah, Chanukah, Michtashenu, Begila Usimcha, Mamalim, Metlibeinu, Laila Bayom, Svivonenu, Yisaf, Sukaniyot, Nochal, Bamlaro. It was great, but we were surrounded in Cleveland by non-Jewish people. I remember on Christmas, we would go into this place in Cleveland that had the best Christmas lights of anybody. And my mom would say, you know, there's a lot of anti-Semites in this day. And I didn't know one Christian from another, but I knew that there were Christians and Jews, Gentiles and Jews. There was us and there was them. So from Cleveland, I went away to college, Carnegie Mellon University, and I auditioned for a show. And I remember my audition because my favorite song to play was Georgia on My Mind by Ray Charles. Well, I got the job and went and did summer stock theater and caught the show business bug. And all through college, Bert and Marty played in local clubs, local cabarets. Everything was good. We were up in the Catskill Mountains, the Borscht Belt. We won the best new act up there when we were up there the first year. We thought we were on our way. And then Bert, who was a Methodist, decided he wanted a little deeper faith. So he went to this church, and when he came back, it was called the Rock Church, he said, I'm born again. I have no idea what that was. I did know that Jimmy Carter was born again, but Bert now was a born-again Christian. And after that, it just got terrible because he was telling me all the time about Jesus. He didn't care about Bert and Marty anymore. He only cared about Jesus. And he began to preach to me, and life got very irritating because Jews do not believe in Jesus. I was a young guy. I was like 25 years old. I wanted to, meet girls, and I wanted to hang out late at night. By this time, I was smoking a little marijuana, and I just wanted to be one of those cool guys in the late 70s. Just making my way in the world. But I was provoked to a lot of anger about Bert believing in Jesus, because every time I'd see him, that's all he could talk about. He loved me. He cared about me. I cared about him, but he freaked me out. I didn't want to know about all those things. But he was praying for me. All his friends were praying for me. I knew that. They would even come to see me in my piano bars every once in a while. But it bothered me so much that I bought myself a Bible. And I said, I'm going to have to crack this code. And I started reading about it. Didn't want to have anything to do with it, but I need to know, who is this Jesus and why do all these people believe in him? The more I thought about them, the angrier I got, the more frustrated I got. And I said, I got to get away from them. So I said, I got to get out of New York. I got to go where people be normal. So I moved to Los Angeles, California, of course, and got to Los Angeles, still bothered by all this. But on the way, I had picked up a big family Bible in my parents' house in Cleveland. And I would go in the morning to try to
fix it, guys. I didn't want to press that. How can I do it?
And I opened it up, and I finally got the courage to open up to what's called the New Testament. And it says the book of the genealogy.
Sorry, Ralph. Oh, you're still back. That's cool.
Son of Abraham. I thought, that's strange. That's Jewish. I know about those people. And then I kept reading. And the more I read, the more I realized Jesus is Jewish. As a matter of fact, the more I read about him, he turned out to be more Jewish than I was. And he seemed to come alive off of those pages. He wasn't like that dead Jesus on a cross at my friend Kevin's house or in the church. He was alive and he was Jewish. So living in Los Angeles at the same time I had just moved there was Annie, Bert's friend from the church he attended in New York. She was a born-again Christian. She'd been praying for me for years. We became friendly. And one day I was visiting her. She had to go to a Bible study. So she said, stay here, watch my apartment while I go to this Bible study. I said, okay. And I'm thinking about all this stuff that's going on. And I look out over her balcony, overlooking the Sunset Strip in Los Angeles. And there, shining this bright light, was a cross right through the window. And I just ended up staring at it and thinking to myself, is Jesus after me? Annie returns and tries to explain to me, yes, God is calling you, Marty. And it was But Annie was persistent. So she said, we're going to go to the beach on Sunday and we're going to hear this guy preach. I said, okay. So the guy's name was Hal Lindsey. And he preached a message. People were sitting there on the beach, hands raised, singing songs to Jesus. And at the end of the message, Hal Lindsey says, Brother Gideon, come on up here. We're going to take communion together. So Gideon gets up there, and he takes the bread, and he says, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam ha'motzi lachem min ha'aretz. He says over the wine, Borei pri hagafen. And he says the Hebrew prayer over the bread and the wine. And it was completely unsettling to me. I did not expect the prayer I had learned when I was a little kid growing up in Cleveland to be said on the beach in Los Angeles in the name of Jesus. Very upsetting. So I said to Annie, I got to get out of here. Please take me home. And she said, okay, I'll take him, because I was really unsettled by the whole thing. And I remember I'm almost like in a fetal position, curled up in the back of her car, freaking out, so shaken up by what I'm experiencing. And she says, Marty, I'm sorry to tell you this. I can't take you home because I got to go to this other church. It's called the Vineyard. And if I don't go now,
we'll get there.
So I said, okay. We'll go home. By this time, I didn't know what to think, so I said, take me. So she takes me there, and they do another service, and people are singing, hands raised, just like at the beach. And at the end of the service, I remember thinking, you know what? I really believe that whoever this Jesus is, he is after me, because they gave the invitation, and I just said, I give up, I surrender. I'm a sinner. I need a savior. I need Jesus. When I first came to the Lord, it was just, is Jesus Jewish? Is he the Messiah or not? Well, he showed me that he was. But over the years, he's also revealed to me many things in my own soul and my own life that need to be pruned, need to be trimmed, need to be submitted. And I'm not the man I was when I first came to him. He's taking away a lot of my self-centeredness and my pride and my ego. And all through these years, somebody said to me when I first became a believer, Marty, he's going to get better and better and better. And you know what? I have found that the older I get, the more I see how I did not deserve to be brought to him. I didn't deserve for him to come to me and give me his life for my life.
I want to tell you a story. God created people because he loves stories. So I'll tell you my story. My name is Stuart, and I'm a New York Jew. I'm proud to say I'm born in Flatbush, which next to being born in Israel is the second best thing. I grew up at the intersection of the Christian and Jewish worlds because my father was from a very Orthodox family. My mother was the sixth child in a Sicilian family, and his family was just plain thrilled, as you can well imagine. Even though my mother converted to Judaism, she was always considered to be second best. So I grew up in the midst of this dissonance between the Christian and Jewish worlds. And my whole religious mentality at that time was, when we all drop dead, we'll find out who was right. My first career was in music, and I went to a place called Manhattan School of Music. And one day, a friend of mine invited me to a discussion group. She said, look, it's about the New Testament. I know you're Jewish, but you might have some interesting opinions. When I cracked open the New Testament, I kept on bumping into Passover, which was rather surprising. I did not expect to find anything Jewish in this book, but I did. I assumed that it was one of those books that I saw nuns reading on the subway, something written in Latin. It was none of those things. But besides its native Jewishness, I remember reading when Yeshua said that It's not what goes into a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of the man's heart that defiles him. Because out of the heart come fornication, theft, murder, wickedness, etc., etc. These come from within, and they defile a man. And I remember when I read that, it made so much sense to me that the problem of evil in the world is not up there in the air, in the ozone, in the system. The problem of evil comes from the heart of man. Eventually, in the course of my reading this book, Yeshua said this: I have come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. And that blew me away. And it was extraordinary to me that Yeshua's words directly addressed my own felt need. When you pop open the scriptures, you pop open our Torah, the Tanakh, the Jewish Bible, on every page you find people who are interacting with God in the context of a living relationship. What do I mean when I talk about having a relationship with God, a relationship with God through Yeshua? What is this relationship stuff? And I've got to use a word that many people don't like to use, and that word is experience. That's what I mean by relationship. It's an experiential linkage with the living God. So I would ask people, where is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? Where is the God to whom the patriarchs and the matriarchs talked, who had this two-way relationship? And are you interested in pursuing the possibility of this two-way relationship being a reality in your life? In my experience, and the experience of many people I know, to our astonishment, when we encountered Yeshua of Nazareth and began to think of him in a different way than we had been brought up to think of him, we all discovered that this two-way relationship came alive. Yeshua said of himself something. He said, I am the door. Now, many people treat Yeshua like he's the exit from Jewish life. I think that's wrong. He is the door, for me, into a more passionate engagement with Jewish life, and also a total passionate engagement with the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Don't imagine that people like me who come to believe in Yeshua, that somebody gave us some kind of a fancy-dancy presentation and explanation, and we signed on the dotted line because we were gullible and we were easy to persuade. That's not the way it goes. What's missing from that scenario is the element of encounter. Moses had his burning bush. Abraham had God saying, Lech lecha, leave the land of your birth and go to the land I will show you. These great patriarchs and matriarchs of Israel had experiences with God, sometimes spaced apart by many years. But they kept on following God because they could not deny their experience. Each of us, in the context of our own lives, has encountered God in a way that we didn't encounter him before, in a way that we cannot ignore without denying ourselves. I'm talking about transformational experiences that move our lives forward. I'm not telling you to make my experience your experience. I'm telling you that God will give you experiences of himself that are sufficient for your belief. I can't really explain it to you in a way that your experience can. But if you can come to the point where you can say, what if it is true? Then just maybe you will taste and see. But when the most remarkable person who ever lived says, I've come that you might have life and have it more abundantly, then you got to take a second look. I did. And I'm finding that life is more abundant. It's life with capital L. And it's very different from life without him. Trust me. Better yet, trust him, don't trust me. Taste and see.
Exactly, Lynn. I've heard that argument before that Christianity causes more wars than anything, but Islam far outweighs us. Islam's never had a peaceful time. It's always been at war.
Class. My father used to say they can't flunk you out of being Jewish, but I came very close. By the time I was bar mitzvah, I was so completely estranged from this entire tradition
I didn't want to do it at all. It meant nothing. I gave in. I had to. I was forced to be bar mitzvah and say these things that I didn't believe. So I ad-libbed the Hebrew in my bar mitzvah because, like, I really barely learned the portion of the Torah I was supposed to read. I was making up Hebrew words to get through it. Just anything I could to get through. And at that time, when you had a bar mitzvah, people just piled presents on you, savings bonds, money, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of jewelry that I got from my bar mitzvah. And I put it all in this big leather box, which I also got from my bar mitzvah. It was the first time I had ever had any wealth that was my own. I was 13 years old, and I was very excited by it. And so I had this box, and I would keep it in a little closet, a little pantry kind of closet in my room. And every now and again, I'd take it out and just kind of stare at this. I never wore a lot of jewelry, but I would just stare at this wealth that I had accumulated. But over the course of, let's call it the next 6 months, the joy of this wealth started to seep out of me. I began to feel that I had done a truly hypocritical thing. These are ill-gotten gains. I was bought off. I let someone give me money to say what I did not believe. I kind of naturally had a sense that God was there, but I hated the hypocrisy. I hated the fact that I'd been bullied into something. I hated the fact that I'd been bought off. And it started to dawn on me that it must have been very important that I had lied about God specifically. And one night, I waited till the entire house had gone to bed. And I took out this box full of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry. And I crept outside and I stuffed it in the garbage because I felt so bad. I remember stuffing. I could feel, even whenever I talk about it, I could feel broken eggshells and the coffee grounds in my arms. I shoved it empty because I was afraid somebody would find it before they would throw the garbage away. In the morning, the garbage men came and the garbage of this jewelry, and they threw it away. And that was sort of the end of my religious life. I loved stories. I wanted to be a writer for as long as I can remember. I loved tough guy stories because I didn't get along with my father. I needed a male role model. I turned to stories like by Ernest Hemingway and the tough guy detective stories of Raymond Chandler and The Maltese Falcon by Dashiell Hammett. These tough detectives. And I thought these are the kinds of men I want to be like. These are the guys who walk in a corrupt world. They carry this kind of themselves. As I studied literature, I realized that Jesus was at the center of all of Western literature. I should find out about this. I should find out about it. I went into my bedroom and I closed the door and I started to read the Gospel according to St. Luke. One of the funny things about the Gospel, people have this gentle Jesus, meek and mild. If you can go into the Gospel and find a place where gentle Jesus, meek and mild exists, I will pay to see it because Jesus is a hard man. He walks into these deadly situations. Even when they're threatening him with death, he just says what he has to say. And that to me, especially in this world of lies, that to me is so important, such a great model for any man. And my father liked to sabotage anything that I did. So like if he heard me writing, if he heard me typing, he'd always break in on me and try to mess up my concentration. And so while I'm reading this, he walked in without knocking, threw open the door, and he caught me reading the Gospel according to St. Luke. Now you have to think about this for a minute, right? I'm 15 years old. He could have walked in on me with a girl in the bed. I was doing that. But he walked in on me reading the Gospel according to St. Luke, and he was furious. I mean, the rage came out of it in little bits because he was trying not to let it out, but it kept bubbling up out of him like hot tar, and he couldn't stop it. He was cursing at me. He was using foul language, and he would just keep bursting out. We went in to have dinner, and we'd sit down, and it kept coming out. And I'm trying to explain to him, I'm not reading it for religious purposes. I'm not reading this for religious purposes. I'm reading it for literary purposes. I just wanted to know what all these guys were writing about. And he pointed his finger at my nose, and he said, if you ever convert, I will disown you. I'll disown you. And there was only one ambition that I had. I wanted to be a novelist. That was what I wanted. I applied to the University of California at Berkeley because it was so far away from my New York home. And I went into the first of my terrible, terrible depressions. I called them the bola because they were like that throwing things kind of appear out of nowhere and wrap itself around my throat and choke me with this sorrow. And I was torn up. I was so broken and crazy inside that I didn't understand how to communicate with other people, how to write stories. I knew I had a talent for writing stories, but I couldn't write stories that people liked because my mind was so messed up and I was so full of rage and twistedness. It didn't appear. I wasn't like a crazy person. You looked at me and you would have thought, well, he seems like a really, all put together guy. But I was not. I was really broken inside. And I didn't know I was going insane. I didn't realize I was going mad because I had that romance of the intellectual. An intellectual is miserable. An intellectual faces things. He tells the truth. He looks life in the eye. And life is meaningless and life is death. Because he sees these things, he's a man of sorrow. And so I just thought I was a typical intellectual. It's like that song, it's hip to be miserable when you're young and intellectual. That's what I thought I was. But I was in so much pain. I did begin crying out to God in this kind of sick, superstitious way. I mean, I remember, trying all these kind of spiritual experiments to try and get clear. I published a novel when I was about 26, and the book didn't sell. I couldn't publish it. And it just died. It was such an experience of grief. I didn't even feel the grief. And I just started to unravel. And at the same time, my wife became pregnant. I'm trying to write and I'm picking up a little bit of money, but we're slowly going broke and I'm slowly going crazy. I'm just going crazy. My books became unreadable. My writing, I'd always prided myself on this clean, clear American prose, and suddenly I was writing these convoluted sentences that nobody could understand. I not only couldn't sell my books anymore. I couldn't even get an agent. I couldn't do anything. I was just frozen. I was so depressed. I was in my bedroom and my wife was outside. Sometimes she would sleep on the couch so I could work in the bedroom because that's where my desk was. My little baby daughter was in her nursery. I was drinking, not heavily, but I was drinking a scotch and smoking cigarettes, and I was thinking about killing myself. I'd had suicidal thoughts before, but this was different. This was the real deal. I was sitting there thinking, I don't know how to live. I do not know how to live. And there was a radio playing a baseball game, a Mets game, and it was just playing in the background. I wasn't listening to it. I was just sitting. I was thinking about throwing myself off the roof because we lived in an 8-10-story building, and I was just thinking I could just walk up there and everybody would be happier. My wife would be better off. My daughter would be better off. I don't know how to live. In the baseball game, the Mets had a player that I just loved named Gary Carter. And Gary Carter was a devout Christian. And whenever they would interview him after a game, how did it feel when you hit that home run? He would say, oh, praise Jesus, Jesus, I'm so happy I hit that home run. And I used to think like, oh, Gary, stop, it just went right up my spine. It was like somebody had dropped a worm down my back, Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And after the game, I'm sitting there considering suicide, drink in one hand, a cigarette in the other. And after the game, Carter won the game by beating out a single to first base. In other words, he hit a ground ball and he ran so fast that the throw was late and he got to first base before the throw, which was amazing because Carter's knees were gone. He was a catcher and he spent all this time squatting. He had terrible knees. So after the game, the interviewer came up to him and said, how could you run so fast when your knees are so bad? And if Carter in that moment had said, Jesus, 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 I wouldn't have heard it. I was no way ready for that. I had pushed God completely out of my life. But he didn't. What he said was, sometimes you just have to play in pain. I remember thinking, I heard that, and I remember thinking, well, I can do that. I'm a tough guy. I've always been a tough guy. I can play in pain. And that was the answer. How do you live? Sometimes you got to play in pain. I think about that a lot these days, and that this Christian ball player who was clearly given these words by God to speak to me, that he didn't use God's name, that I wouldn't have heard God's name, that God, the King of the universe, put himself in the picture to reach me. That's, a kind of humility that you don't see in a lot of people. Anyway, that was the last time I ever thought of suicide. I was reading a book, a sea adventure story, great book. I love Patrick O'Brien, great author. At the end of this chapter, it said, his name was Matron. It said, Matron said a quick prayer and fell asleep. And I thought, well, if he can say a prayer, because he was a very intellectual character, I really loved him. There was a series of books, and I just really identified with this character. I thought, he can say a prayer, I can say a prayer. Here I was, my career was going great. I had married this woman I just adored. I had 2 children I just adored. I was so happy that I had come through this period of pain and emotional breakdown and had changed everything in my life. So I said a 3-word prayer. I said, thank you, God. And I went to sleep. The next morning I woke up and everything had changed. I was suddenly more alive. I suddenly saw everything more clearly. I had been trying to see things clearly since I was a little boy. I remember as a child thinking, I can't get past my daydreams. I can't get past my own thoughts. And suddenly, there it was. There it was. Everything was beautiful. Everything, my wife, I could see my wife's face. I could see the coffee in the cup. I went out into London, one of the most beautiful cities on earth, and I could see the city, and it was all clear. And I realized it was that prayer. It was those 3 words. 3-word prayer. And it was kind of an intellectual experiment for me, but for God, it was the lifeline that he needed. It was the connection he was looking for. What I had been looking for in my life as a writer, as an artist, I had been looking to be directly connected to life. You can't be directly connected to life until you're connected to God, because God is the source of life. Not just the source of life from the beginning, from creation, the source of life right now, right this minute. And you can't know God. He's just too big for the mind, unless you know him through Christ, who is a man like you. I was connected to the world. I had life in abundance, that great promise, I want you to live. I want you to live abundantly. You know, my father was afraid that by embracing Christ, I would leave Judaism behind. But weirdly, I never really felt connected to my Judaism until I found Jesus. When I found Jesus, that was the first time I started to think, oh, that's what all that stuff in the Bible meant. That's why, there were those traditions. That's why there were those passages that never meant anything to me before. I always had a connection with my cultural Judaism. I always knew I was a Jew, was happy and at peace with that. But I never understood the religious aspects of it until Jesus came into my life. It's absolutely true. Until I was baptized, I didn't think I was a Jew. And it has been just a remarkable adventure. I don't even know how to communicate the way all of life makes sense now. The way you know what it is? It's the difference between sailing in absolute darkness on a stormy sea and sailing in darkness on a stormy sea where you can see the North Star, so you know where you're going. And suddenly the storm doesn't bother you. Suddenly the darkness doesn't bother you because you know exactly where you're headed. And you've got that star to lead you. And I think that's what testimony is.
Oh my God, these bloody typos.
Absolutely not. Do not look into this. Are you crazy? I got the message loud and clear. This Yeshua was not for us. I grew up in a family that was, I would say, like conservative. My mom grew up Orthodox, my dad grew up Reformed, and they kind of switched places. My dad became more Orthodox, and my mom became less. We kept kosher. We did, place for milk, place for meat. It was always there, always present. We're Jewish. And I was very happy to be Jewish, and I never wanted to be anything else. I used to go to shul, and we'd sit there and we would pray along with everybody. And I'd keep up with the English because I didn't always understand the Hebrew. And a lot of the time I could feel God's presence there. I just felt like God is here. But then I would go and I would pray and I wouldn't hear back. I liked synagogue. I loved the liturgy. I loved the tradition. I liked even keeping Shabbat, which, isn't always popular. But I liked it. But there's a certain emptiness that was there. It's like, there wasn't power. we always talked about God theoretically, but not personally. And I was so hungry for that because that's what you see in the Tanakh. There came a point after my bat mitzvah where it was just so clear that I kept praying all the prayers and I wasn't hearing. And I started to ask God why. Why is that? And that summer, a cousin of mine came to visit. She'd just become a believer in Yeshua. And then she started talking to us about, Yeshua, could he actually be the Messiah? Really? I mean, what? Jesus is Yeshua? Jesus could possibly be the Messiah? It just seemed so, what? Something went off in my brain like, well, we're waiting for the Messiah. What if he is? How can I find out if he is? I went to church with her once just because I was curious. And it was crazy. I was surrounded by people that were running around, that were worshiping God. They had their hands up. They were jumping. There were some people my age. There were some people older. And I thought they were all insane. And I was not at all interested in what was going on. But I felt something different. And then my dad found out where we had been. All hell broke loose. My dad freaked out and nearly kicked my cousin out of the house. And she was staying with us. He did not speak to us for 2 weeks. I talked with my sister and my brother because, we had all been together. What do you think? Could he be the Messiah? And my sister was horrified. It was like I just asked the most horrible thing ever. And I could feel this wall come up absolutely not. Do not look into this. Are you crazy? She said to me, go and look into our own religion. You don't even know enough yet to even think about this. So I started on a path to become Orthodox because I figured that was the way to know God. So I started to look into the prophecies. I wanted to find out, who is the Messiah? What is the Messiah supposed to do? What do people say about the Messiah? As I read, the one that stood out to me the most was a prophet like Moses, a prophet like Moshe, and that everything that he spoke, we would be responsible for doing. And I just kept thinking, who is a prophet like Moshe, who did miracles like that? Somebody on that level. And there'd never been anyone like that, really, except for Yeshua. So my sister went away for a year to kind of find herself. And when she got back, I knew that something had changed inside of her. I noticed such a difference in my sister. And when you grow up with somebody, you can really tell when they're faking it or when they're not. And I could see that something so significant happened in her life. She had a deep anchor, and I needed it. She ended up becoming a believer in Yeshua. I wanted that dream. I wanted that vision. I wanted that lightning experience for God to prove that he's real to me. And finally, I heard a clear voice in my heart saying, you've heard enough, you've seen enough, it's time to just believe. I couldn't deny that Yeshua was real, but I was faced with this dilemma of my dad, my friends, what's going to happen? It was such a big struggle in my heart. Do you go with the truth or do you go with what's comfortable? But at the end, I couldn't say no. I knew he was real. I knew he was true. And it was like, okay, I'm doing it. It's happening. My dad was like Mount Vesuvius erupting. He was so hurt. He took it very personally. Like, why are you betraying me? What did I do wrong? Your grandparents would be rolling over in their graves if they could hear this. It would have been better if I was a drug addict than believe in Yeshua. anything except Yeshua. Whatever the cost was, I figured it's worth it. I love my family more than anything, and I want them to accept me. But sometimes when you say or you choose a side, you have to choose it and you stand on it. I mean, to have a close relationship with God, the truth is worth it. Life with Yeshua would be worth it.
You believe in Jesus? Are you out of your mind? You're not Jewish anymore. You are a traitor to your people. When I was about 10 or 11 years old, living in Chicago, my father's parents, I was very close to them. They looked like two characters from the movie Fiddler on the Roof. And I would hang out at their house a lot, well, especially when my grandma was making a good bowl of kreplach soup. I said to my grandpa, "Grandpa, I see that you have received letters from your cousins in Romania. Would you someday like to go back and hang out with your cousins?" And he said, "No." I said, "Grandpa, why?" He said, "Pogrom." The farmers who claimed to be Christians in a city called Barlad, Romania, came looking for Jewish people to do them harm. And my grandpa and his sister and mother had to hide in the wine cellar. It was the 70s, it was the John Travolta era. I was invited to go on the spring trip for the University of Illinois baseball team. It was very early on that I was called in to pitch in relief. After our game, my roommate asked me if I would go with him to hear Billy Graham speak that night. I'll take a rain check. Jewish kids from Chicago don't do this kind of thing. My senior year, my friend again told me a famous lady was going to come speak. I said, "I'll tell you what, you tell me what this person has to say, I'll take a rain check." He said a lady named Corrie ten Boom and her family were hiding Jewish people in the walls of their home. They actually got caught by the Nazis, and her whole family died, not only because of their Christian faith, but because of their love for Israel and the Jewish people. Something inside of me said, whatever the real deal is, this must be it. And so when I was getting ready to pitch in my last game against the University of Michigan State, my friend Neil, after going for a run in the morning, comes into our apartment and blows my mind. Neil was Jewish. He said, "Siegs, I need to tell you something. After I read the Hebrew scriptures and a careful examination of what it said, I've come to the conclusion the Messiah has already come." I said, "Neil, are you out of your mind?" I said, "You believe in Jesus?" And I said, "Neil, you're not Jewish anymore." He said, "No, I'm a completed Jew, Jeff." He said, "Jeff, if you read it for yourself, I believe you'll come to the same conclusions." What a dilemma. If God really had a son, I'm going to have to see in my book, not their book. I held that Tanakh up to heaven and I prayed a prayer to God. I said, "God, can I have a burning bush experience like Moses?" One of the things that happened was I came to the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31, verse 31 through 34. "Behold, the days come, says the Lord, when I will enact a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah." And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, this new covenant, this new agreement is for Jewish people. There's something to what my friend Neil said. New covenant, New Testament. My mind was blown. I just fell on my knees in front of my bed as I was reading these verses, and I just prayed a simple prayer. I said, "Dear God, please enter my heart and please forgive me for the sins of my life." I said, "Lord, I'm new at this. I don't know exactly how to do this, but I said, I've longed for that personal relationship, and I realize that Yeshua HaMashiach is my burning bush experience." I said, "Dad, after a careful examination of the Hebrew scriptures, I've come to the conclusion that the promised Jewish Messiah has already been here. He said, son, you are a traitor to your people. You are no longer my son. What you have done in my eyes is worse than Adolf Hitler. Now, this went on for 26 years until a day came when my younger brother decided to go to church, and he gave his life to Yeshua. He said, could you do me a favor? Could you tell Dad the decision I made? Now, in a 26-year time frame, my dad and I began to have a better relationship. And when I called my dad, I said, Dad, I need to tell you something. After a careful examination of the Hebrew Scriptures, my younger brother has also made the same decision that I made many years ago. My dad then began to cry. I received the shock of my life. It was only the second time in my life I ever heard him cry. The first time was when he hung the phone up on me, when he told me I wasn't his son anymore. And he began not only to cry, but he began to speak in the Hebrew language. Hineni, God, Hineni, here I am. What would you have me to do? I said, Dad, do you want to give your life to Yeshua? He said, yes, I do. For the last 2.5 years of his life, we were like best friends. And then a day came when my dad just went to heaven. On that day, when I announced to my father that I gave my life to Yeshua, and he said, you're not my son anymore, my life was turned upside down. But you see, God had a plan. And on that day, it may have seemed bleak, but the Lord saw the future.
My name is Shmuel Eliezer ben Moshe Nadler. I grew up in New York City, so you'll pardon me, I'm still learning English. But growing up there, I had a lot of questions. How could we believe in a good God who allowed such a horror of the Holocaust to happen to our people? The rabbi, a very dear and sweet and gentle man, he said, Shmuel, the only thing I can tell you is what I tell myself. He who believes cannot question, and he who questions really cannot believe. Well, that didn't help me at all. And so I went from appearing very religious growing up to then becoming quite rebellious in a sense. I was a map maker for the U.S. Army in Vietnam. During the Battle of Tet, we were under such attack. Horrors were going on that either you were on drugs or you were drunk. My commander of my unit, he thought he was like John Wayne, and he had scotch in his canteen, and he was drinking scotch. He passed out just before the battle began. Some of the sergeants got so overwrought they were breaking down crying in the bunkers. You know, they say there's no atheists in the foxholes. And so even though I was pretty sure there was no God whatsoever, the whole thing was like idiocy, you know, the opiate of the people.
G'day, eyes!
But because of the kind of horrors that go on in warfare.
Oh, good.
I might have been interested to hear some good.
Hi, eyes. We were wondering what was happening to Death Bread. Thanks, sis. Good to see ya. What is a mid-transitional species fossil? It's the fossil that shows where a seal is actually turning into a dog. Show us a fossil where it's doing that. We've got the seal fossil. We've got a dog fossil. Where's the fossil where the species transforms into another? Doesn't exist. It's called the missing link, Raoul, and it doesn't exist. So evolution is just an empty theory, brother.
Who's even in Vietnam there, and the chaplain comes by, and all he said was, I'm getting out of here, but good luck to you. Some of you won't be here in the morning. I thought, this is a religious person. You know, they were bringing troops through and going on to other areas of deployment. And so they were sleeping out in the open, and we were under attack all the time, incoming missiles. And I remember saying to the officer in charge, I said, listen, let them sleep in the barn. Because at least they'll have some protection. And the officer said, no, they don't have the clearance to sleep in the barn with the maps. The next morning, all there was puddles of blood from these fellas. And all I could think of was the heartache. War is a horrific thing. Horrific thing. I was what might be considered politely in English an unregistered pharmacist, a drug dealer, not particularly kosher. I would run into people who had the nerve to be on the streets of San Francisco proclaiming this Messiah, Jesus. I was a little bit off-put by it because they smiled too much. I didn't think that people should smile that much. Who could be that happy? But one of them, one night, had the nerve to try to tell me that I needed to believe in Jesus. I felt so offended. Let me tell you why. I thought, oh my goodness, they want me to go to the side of our enemy. It turns out that he said
exactly, Lynn.
My heart broke for him. I thought, a Jew who believes this? This has to be the dumbest Jew who ever lived. What kind of Jew believes in such narishkeit, such foolishness? He invited me to go to what he called a Bible study. I thought maybe there was like an archaeological find of a Bible. They'll look at it from different sides. I couldn't figure out what that might be. I would go there to laugh at them. I thought it would be my evening entertainment. Now, I got there, and there was a pretty ordinary-looking group of people. Each one had a Bible. I thought that was pretty interesting. They each had their own Bible. But they were taking everything so seriously. What do they think? These are God's love letters to them? And the portion that they were looking at was in the prophets, in Isaiah chapter 53. In traditional Judaism, we don't study Isaiah 53. That portion is skipped over by our rabbis. They wanted me to give my opinion of who I thought the prophet was talking about. Give me a minute. Let me take a look at this thing. As I was reading through it, it would talk about the one. It said, all we, like sheep, have all gone astray. Each one has turned to his own way. But Hashem has laid on him the iniquity of us all. It said there that he would be killed, cut off from the land of the living for the transgression
I'll
of
tell you what.
people. What a strange thing for our scriptures to say.
I'll tell you what, I'm just watching testimonies. What I'll do, Ralph, I'll find this video, 25 scientific proofs the Earth is only 6,000 years old, Dr. Gary McGurdy. I'll put it up, and you try and... I'll put it up. Let's see what you think about that. Let me... Hang on. Let me just load it. "25 proofs the Earth is 6,000 years old, Dr. Gary McGurdy." Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, that's not the one. Hang on. Got it. Video will play after ad. Okay. Loaded it. Let's get back to the channel first before I... Hang on, guys. Had to do it the long way. Wow. Oh, so you're going now. Now I'm loading up something about the scientific proof the Earth is only 6,000 years old, and now you're going. Gee, that's strange.
evidence that the earth and the universe cannot be old. It doesn't matter.
The various theories of evolution declare that the Earth and the universe are billions of years old. Evolutionists say that we are just the result of a cosmic accident, that we are just thinking animals without specific design or purpose. In school, most of us were taught that life began by random chance chemical reactions. Yet when we see the beauty of the Earth, we see the complexity of the living organisms that occupy it. Can we really believe that this is all just an accident? Throughout the world, we are presented with the evidence that calls into question evolutionary beliefs and the assumption of an old age for the Earth and the universe. Over the course of this program, we will present to you evidence that will shape the foundations of the evolutionary worldview. The evolutionists say that the Earth is, in fact, millions and billions of years old. First of all, you have to understand that they have no proof for this whatsoever. They simply claim it.
Actually, I might leave this till tomorrow, guys. It goes for too long. I haven't got an hour and a half left in me. So I'll just... Oh, man.
You believe in Jesus? Are you out?
Hang on, where was I? Oh, yeah, hang on. Oh.
And I got to the last verse in that section, and even though he'd been cut off, it said there that he would give the gifts, the spoils, to the stronger faith, because he had been cut off for my people, for my sin. How could he? I thought he had died, and I was giving. It came to me that he hadn't. That maybe he came back to life. At that point, it became very clear what the section of scripture was speaking about. It seemed to be talking about, you know who, that Jesus. Nothing is supposed to be this clear. These are really tricky, sneaky people. They put part of their Bible in what's supposed to be my Bible. What a bunch of idiots, thinking they're going to be able to trick real Jews, you know? And so when they said, so who do you think it's speaking about? I looked at them and I said, I don't know. I don't think anyone can tell. The Bible is such a mystery. No one can ever figure this out. They looked so disappointed. And they said to me, well, we'll be praying for you. I said, fat chance. What kind of God is there that'll want to answer prayers for someone like me? Where was this God in the Holocaust? I said to them. Over that period of time, I found myself thinking more and more about it. My goodness. This might be our Messiah. I didn't like that. I remember, okay, God, if you have a Messiah for us, that's fine. But please, someone besides this Jesus. I was living in a very bad place where people were doing drugs. But some thoughts entered my mind. It seemed somehow clear to my thinking that drugs were opening me up to the Spirit, but it was the wrong spirit. That there was a spiritual battle for my soul, but I was on the losing side. I wasn't sure what I got on my knees there, and I cried out for Jesus to save me. I woke up that next morning. Somehow, I knew my life was different. I wasn't sure about all the details, but some things, and in my heart, I actually believed that Jesus is Lord, is our Messiah. I wasn't sure what to do. I wasn't sure where to go. Who do you talk to about these things? Not in that world. Well, there was a restaurant. There were pictures of Jesus on the wall. I really didn't know what would make someone a believer or something, so I thought that was a pretty good shot. So I went in there. It was really early in the morning. I didn't know what to do. I went They're just opening up the place, the manager opening up. And I said to him, hey, listen, Jesus saved me last night. What do I do now? The guy looked at me and said, I don't know. You want breakfast? Then I remembered that a long time before, I had gone to this, couldn't remember what they called it, a Bible thing, but maybe they would know what to do. I couldn't believe that they would remember me. But nonetheless, I called them up. I said, listen, my name is Sam Madden. I came to your Bible thing a long time ago. But listen, Jesus saved me last night. What do I do now? They were so happy. They had been praying for me every day. Today, when people ask me, how can you believe in God in light of the Holocaust? In all of our afflictions, he was afflicted. And so to be his people means to be kind of his raw nerve endings. In all of these matters, he is afflicted. He mourns and cries over all of our pains and issues, let alone something like the Holocaust. But he, may his name be blessed forever. Our Messiah, he loved the unlovable. He forgave the unforgivable. But yet he died a horrible, evil, torturous death by crucifixion. He understands the pain of the Holocaust. He knows what it's like to go through your personal Holocaust. This is what he brings to our hearts as well.
I saw that little snap, and when I asked him about the fish, he made out he was a smart ass and said, oh, what are you saying, that the comets brought the fish? I saw that one little bit, a little snap.
Dude, how could you possibly have known radical terrorists were going to hijack a plane and fly it into American City? I mean, you wrote that about that in your book.
The first page of my first novel puts you inside the cockpit of a hijacked jet, hijacked by radical Islamic terrorists coming in on a kamikaze attack mission into an American city. Now, I had written that 9 months before September 11th, 2001. The book became a New York Times bestseller, and people kept asking me, how could you possibly have known what was going to happen?
You seem to have this crystal ball. You seem to understand the future. I mean, what do you think is going to happen next, dude? Your name is Rosenberg, right?
I said, right.
So you're a Hebe, right?
I said, well, I'm Jewish.
He said, yeah, okay, but that's fine, but you're Jewish. Your name is Rosenberg, but what are you, born again? An evangelical?
I said, well, I do believe that Jesus is the Messiah, and I am a follower of Jesus.
Dude, how can you be Jewish and believe in Jesus? To have a novelist on my program that predicted the future, that's one thing. But to meet a Jew who believes in Jesus, that's a story I gotta hear, son.
So I grew up in a family in upstate New York where my father is Jewish. He was born in Brooklyn as an Orthodox Jew to an Orthodox Jewish family. His grandfather was a black hat Orthodox Jew. His parents and grandparents had escaped from Russia in the early years of the 20th century when the Tsar was fomenting all kinds of pogroms and anti-Semitic attacks against Jewish people. My father came home one day from work, and he came into the kitchen, and he said,
You know,
I can't believe I'm saying this.
I'll let you know tomorrow when I'm going live on Jukebox Night tomorrow night.
He's the savior that we Jews have been waiting for, and I decided to follow him. And this was not a conclusion he wanted to come to, but that's where the text led him. My father thought he was the first Jew since the Apostle Paul who believed that. I was watching my parents change. My father was going from being someone that had a volcanic temper. It could just erupt at any moment, and he was a very angry person. But he was changing. I could see it. My mother would have been a person paralyzed by fears, and phobias, and anxieties, and she was starting to have this peace. As a child, I could see it, and I was connecting that their love for Jesus was making them better people. It was changing them. It was all very exciting for my mother and father. They were excited. I was not, because they started dragging me off to church. No more sleeping in, no more going out to play. Now we had to go to church every week, and I was not a big fan. And they made me go to a Sunday school class. These kids had all been to church. I had never touched the Bible. I'd never thought about the Bible. I did not care less about the Bible. They had these contests. Every kid had to hold up his Bible, and then the teacher would say, "Ready? John 3:16." Everybody had to look it up real fast. John 3:16. I mean, what is that? I see a Mark, I see a Jenny, I see a Gary, I see a Nancy. I don't see anybody named John in this room. And I didn't know what they meant, and I was struggling to figure it out, and I was getting smoked in all these contests. And over the course of the year, if you won enough points, you won a baseball bat and a ball. Well, I love baseball. I did not love the Bible. So I asked my parents, "Hey, listen, I'm getting killed in this game. I can never win. I need a Bible." So my parents bought me a little New Testament. It just has the New Testament books and then Psalms and Proverbs from the Old Testament in the back of the Bible. But one day, they said, "Ready? What's the last book of the Bible?" I was like, oh, I got my hand up. Everyone was shocked. Joel is raising his hand? The teacher said, "Oh, okay, Joel, well, what's the last book of the Bible?" And I said, "Proverbs. My Bible right here. Proverbs. It's the last one. Look at it. Proverbs." They didn't give me the ball. They didn't give me the bat. And honestly, to this day, I'm a little bitter. My parents said, "Oh, now, Joel, we want you to go to Vacation Bible School." So what is Vacation Bible School? It's kind of like Sunday school, but it's every day. I'm like, what? You've got to be kidding me. Every day? I'm not going to that. I can think of a lot better ways to spend my summer than gluing elbow macaroni to strips of burlap to write "Jesus loves me." You understand what I'm saying? I had no interest. Well, my father came home from church, and my father says, "Listen, I've been teaching this 6th grade Sunday school class at our church, and we're going to have a Passover Seder next week in my class, and I'd love it if you would all, come and be part of that." And I said, "A what? A Passover? What is Passover?" And he says, "What do you mean, what is Passover? Passover, is a very famous Jewish holiday." I said, "How would you know how to do a Seder?" And he said, "Because I'm Jewish." And I looked at him and I said, "You're Jewish? Does that mean I'm Jewish? How did this never come up?" I was in 5th grade and I didn't know I was Jewish. "Your name is Joel Rosenberg. What do you mean you were in 5th grade and you didn't know you were Jewish? You must have been the stupidest kid in the class." He didn't want to talk about his upbringing, didn't want to talk about being Jewish. So it never came up, but it began a process for me of trying to figure out, okay, if I have these Jewish roots, what does all that mean? But as I got into high school, I began to get depressed. I was beginning to lose emotional altitude. I wanted to go to film school in college, so I wrote a screenplay about a high school student that commits suicide. This was getting worse and worse. I was getting darker and darker. It was January of 1984, and it was one of these days in the dark of winter, upstate New York, very snowy, very gray, very bleak. I was in my room after school, and I was having a blowout session with them. I mean, I was mad. I don't understand. I am not experiencing love and joy and hope and peace and happiness, and that's what you promise in the Bible for followers of Jesus, and I don't have any of it. So either it's not true, or I totally don't get it. You've got to show me if you're real, because otherwise I'm out. But I heard God speak to me directly, and it shocked me.